Austin got off of his bed softly and walked to stand at the bottom of hers. There was just enough light in the room for him to make out the outline of her curves on the bed beneath the sheets. He brushed a lock of hair out of his eyes, waiting. I didn't say where I wanted to kiss you. Ask, she told him, and he heard but could not see her smile. He knelt down and untucked the bottom of her sheets, pushing them up to reveal the top of one foot. Here, he said, drawing a circle on it with his finger. Foot, she told him, and foot, he repeated back to her, before leaning down to kiss the spot he'd just touched. He heard her gasp. What about here? He asked, stroking a finger atop her opposite knee, feeling her shiver.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
What's the word for that, Wings? He asked her quietly. She stroked a hand through his hair and told him a word she didn't translate. Everything.
Chapter 20. Ryana knew she could have banished him back to his own bed, or even in the hallway, but she didn't want to anymore. She reached down, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him up to lie beside her, still in all his clothes, facing her. She touched his lips where they were still a little wet. No one's ever done that with me. That's a shame, he said earnestly. She felt him smile against her fingertips and heard it in his voice. I'm sorry then. You're just going to have to trust me that I'm good at it. I believe you, she told him. He caught her wrist in his hand and kissed her fingertips. I love the way you smell and taste. I could lick all of you for days. She laughed. What? He went on, pretending to be offended. It's the wolf in me. She said, wiping a tired hand across her face. She'd been exhausted before, and him kissing her there hadn't helped, because now she was an awkward mix of sleepy and turned on. And you're not just saying that because of the hard-on I'm betting you have right now? No, he told her, using her arm against her to push her flat down. She expected him to mount her then. Sex with Baron had always been short and fierce, on borrowed time. It had seemed exhilarating in the moment, always hiding, but now... Austin brought himself up beside her, and she let him move her like the sleepily pliable woman that she was, until she was on her side, and he was lined up again against her back, like that first night weeks ago. Ignore that, please, he said, wrapping himself around her, and she could definitely feel the outline of his erection beneath his clothes. I'm a big boy. I can handle myself later. Ryana blinked in the dark, wondering what his goal was, then decided to give up on guessing. What is happening? You said you needed to sleep, and I want you to be safe, he said, his voice low in her ear. He was lying right behind her. He'd joined her on her pillow. So, we're not having sex? Yep, he said, nuzzling his face into her hair. He bent his knees behind hers and ran a hand around her waist, catching her hand in his entwining fingers. And you're staying? She felt him chuckle. Shh, go to sleep. She tensed, with rising panic. Yes, she wanted this. But what if she had a nightmare, here, tonight, in front of him? Then again, what if him being here meant the nightmares went away? Wings? He asked her, and she heard the concern in his voice. I've never done this before, either, she confessed, because it was true, even if it was less true than other things she could say. Well, I'd call you a virgin, but I know how you feel about that already, he murmured. Ryana snorted and rocked her hips against his to punish him, and in an instant his hand released hers, his arm trapped her against him, as his teeth pressed against her neck. She froze. and he released her, some.
Don't do that,
he warned, and his voice had gone from teasing to rough.
Why?
She whispered back.
Because I ask it of you.
She found his hand with hers again and felt him relax as their fingers laced. All right. He nodded his head. She felt it, and then he softly kissed the spot where his teeth had just been, where her neck met her shoulder. She closed her eyes and fell asleep a lot more quickly than she'd expected. Ryana woke in Austin's arms a few hours later, feeling Laika nudge against her hand for her alarm. She thumbed across Laika's feathered cheek to let the bird know that she was up. She hadn't had a single dream. Austin's arm was still wrapped around her, and one of his legs was over hers, and she could feel the rise and fall of his chest against her back. He seemed so restful, so trusting. It felt a shame to wake him, so she looked for a way to escape quietly, but found none. Austin, she said his name softly, rocking her back into him, and felt him stir. I need to get up, she said, turning in his arms, lifting them to free herself. He growled a complaint in his sleep, and she tittered quietly until his eyes opened. And it didn't seem like they saw her. No, it didn't seem like they were his. Austin? She whispered, her voice rising. And then he blinked and pushed back.
Ryana?
He asked softly, as if seeing her for the first time. I'm here, she told him, gently stroking his hair off of his face. I've got to get up. It's time, she said, extricating herself from him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's a good idea,
he said, moving away from her and wiping his face with a hand. You're welcome to stay here, she told him, moving to stand beside the bed. I'll be in the other room. It's relatively soundproof.
In the other room with the Kagaroth,
he complained. And Laika and Grim, she reminded him.
Still doesn't feel safe.
Too bad, she said lightly. Go back to your own room and sleep for the both of us. He made a disgruntled sound and then sat up.
Maybe.
Or shower, or eat, she also offered.
What I want to eat for breakfast isn't in the kitchen,
he told her, in the kind of tone that made her shiver. She felt herself flush and was very glad the lights were dim. Her slip wasn't very long, and her underwear was still lost somewhere beneath her sheets. Red, go, she told him, gesturing him away. I'll talk to you again tonight. I promise.
Good, he said. I'll be nearby.
She went to the door of her bathroom, then paused to look back at him, still waking up at the side of her bed. She smelled like him, after he'd been pressed so close to her the whole night, and as she closed her eyes, she thought she could still feel the weight of his arm, wrapped around her waist. Wolf? She asked him, and saw his head snap up. Thank you.
Anytime, Wings,
he said, moving to stand as she closed the bathroom door. By the time she was out of her shower and awake enough to control her magic properly, he was gone. She found herself wistfully thinking of him, and then shook her head. She needed to forget everything that had happened and concentrate on what came next. In a few short hours, if nothing exploded, she'd be able to use her truth serum on the Kagaroth they'd captured and finally find out what he wanted. She went into her laboratory and pulled on all her gear.
Austin was so lost in his own thoughts he stumbled down the hall like a drunken man, though he hadn't had a drink in days. This morning, and then the night before. He put a hand to his stomach, feeling a gnawing in its pit that grew every step he took away from her. He went through a mental list of everything it could be. He was hungry, thirsty. He'd slept too much, he hadn't slept enough. Until he reached the safety of his bedroom and sank into his bed, trying to disconvince himself that anything had happened, that something inside of him hadn't changed. He rested the heels of his hands and his eyes, watching blurry lights flash, but it didn't stop him from revisiting the prior night. The way her flesh had felt beneath his fingers, soft and yielding with just the right amount of firm. The way she'd tasted, salt and sweet, tart and perfect. The way her scent had risen up around him and was still covering him now. And the way he'd had to make her stop wriggling before his wolf came out to claim her. Oh. Fuck. No. He sat up immediately and almost ran for his door. Austin didn't stop until he was outside, with dawn rising in the east and a light breeze playing against his hair. He reached the edge of the dragon-headed fountain in front of the castle, leaning in to splash himself violently with its cold water, trying to shock himself into common sense. What the fuck had he been thinking? He kept splashing himself. He needed to get her scent off of him, to drink Listerine and then beer, to run a rag through his brain like the ice pick of Mills's magic and somehow wipe her from his mind. He'd been so intent on being the perfect man to somehow show Ryana everything she needed and deserved, and then pull one of those if you love someone, where the person you loved was royal and you sure as fuck were not, and part dragon, same, fucking same, let them go type things. He'd only wanted to teach her enough to want better when she inevitably moved on. But now? He stopped splashing himself and stared down at the rippled water, seeing his face blurred in its reflection, and knew the truth. He wanted more. There couldn't be more. This wasn't supposed to happen. Inside him, his wolf howled its discontent, struggling to get free. They were already outdoors. It wouldn't take much to shift and run away from all his anger. But would his wolf really run from her? After last night, he didn't think that he could trust it. Fuck! He punched the water of the fountain like he couldn't punch himself, then clutched the fountain's stone side, panting with his thoughts. He was fucked, royally, literally. Ryana was a goddamned princess, and he was just some werewolf who wanted to have a good time most of the time, and who could fight like hell when the times were bad. That wasn't enough to offer someone like her. He shook his head like a dog, sending droplets of water spattering around him. He never should have gone down this path. He knew better. He fucking did. And as the waters of the fountain in front of him stilled, he wondered if there was a way he could use it to call Damien to come home, put him out of his misery. Austin tried to sleep more, didn't, and wound up texting Dominic because he was supposed to as per their last group meeting, and because he needed to get the fuck out of the house. Ryana was right. Leica and Grimm were all the protection anyone could ask for, surely. But Dominic didn't text him back, and training endlessly did nothing to distract him from the fact that she was just a few flights of stairs away. He showered late that night, saving Damien so much money on heating bills, what with all his showers being cold, while he tried not to think of her, and walked back into his bedroom, only to find Leica perched on his bed with a green feather in her beak. "You left her alone?" Austin asked, rushing the bird, who squawked and let the feather drop, wheeling up to the ceiling. "Get back there right now," he commanded it, and the bird disappeared. He dressed himself quickly, hardly bothering to dry off, and ran upstairs, his wolf ready to claw out of him if anything had happened to her. He burst in through her now green door and found her standing behind a small table covered in food he didn't recognize. She was wearing jeans and a dark blue shirt with a deep V front and back that had room for her wings to be exposed, and she was smiling winningly at him. Being in her presence hit him like a brick wall, like if he'd stayed in Betsy a few nights ago and had been going at 100. No seatbelt, no airbags, just getting slammed against his steering column at speed, knocking the wind out of him and stopping his heart. "I have slightly longer tonight," she said, then picked up on his mood. "Did you already eat?" "No, he began, running his hand through his wet hair. "When I saw Leica, I assumed the worst." Ryana blinked her confusion. "I told her to show you a green feather." "She did, but Ryana, you shouldn't let her leave your side." "Grim was with me," she told him, sitting down, "and my prisoner is quite incapacitated." Austin frowned, at her or at himself, he wasn't sure. "Due to something you did?" The sooner the man was dead, the better in his book. "Yes. I gave him a potion. It didn't really have the right effect, though." She looked meaningfully between him and the seat in front of him. "Did you want to stay?" If he hadn't been worried for her, if he'd managed to lose that feather in his own bedroom, there was a... fuck no, who the hell was he kidding? He pulled the chair across from her out and sat down. "Yeah." There was still tension in his shoulders and chest as she tried to explain food from the realms to him. It was all a good deal more rubbery than earth food, a fact which he found disconcerting. But he managed, he hoped, to keep his stress out of his face because she didn't deserve that. His feelings were his problem, not hers. She sensed it nonetheless, however. "Are you all right?" she asked him. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" "You're not eating." She looked between him and his plate. "It's all a little chewy," he said, pushing himself back. "I'm sorry, Ryana," he started saying, and he watched her wings lower in disappointment as she ducked her head down. Because she liked him too. This realization hit him stronger than a brick wall. It was more like an orbital re-entry landing without a parachute. He realized pulling the brakes, somehow, Christ, wasn't just going to hurt him. It would also hurt her. She didn't even know she was too good for him. Fuck. "I'm just thinking about a thing I've got to do tonight," he lied. "I left my phone back in my room. It's making me anxious." "All you had to do was say something, silly," she said, relaxing in an instant. She snapped her fingers, and Leica appeared with it in her beak. He took it, wiped a sleeve across it to get off any bird spit, and then swiped it open. Nothing from Dominic to help save him from himself. "Did you need to go?" she asked politely. He inhaled to lie again, then looked up at her eyes. By the light of her room, they were the color of green sea glass, and her small, full lips were a light ruby. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. And he knew she was smart, and she was magical. So why the fuck did she trust him? Only because he'd never given her a reason not to. "Austin," she asked, sounding concerned. "I don't need to go yet," he admitted. She smiled wickedly at him, even as her cheeks turned an innocent pink. "Good, because I have an idea for dessert," she said, and he knew he was in trouble.
Chapter 21. It was all Ryana could do not to clap her hands in glee. After her abject failure to get the Kagaroth in her possession to tell the truth this afternoon, the man had told her Baron was alive, which she knew was a lie because she herself had killed him. Figuring out what she was going to do with Austin while she let her next truth-telling potion simmer had brought her hours of delight. And honestly, she'd been so distracted that she was lucky she hadn't burned the whole castle down. Although, if she thought about it harder, there'd been something grounding in knowing she was going to see Austin tonight. It was like knowing he was in her life had stopped a part of her mind from spinning quite so hard. And there was power in that freedom. It was like the wobbly table from which she created magic inside herself had gained a stabilizing leg. It was nice. And she was fairly sure it was because of him. She hadn't added any other variables to her life. She'd been very careful to keep track of everything in her notebook. She smiled at him across the table full of food he hadn't eaten, wondering if that was because he was as nervous as she was.
I don't know that I'm a dessert person, Wings,
he told her, and she shook her head dismissively. I can almost guarantee that you will like this one, she said, standing up. His eyes followed her readily.
Yeah?
He asked. She nodded quickly and came to his side of the table. Push your chair away more. He did as he was told, but then started trying to talk again.
Ryana,
he began, and she put a finger atop his lips. Green or red? She asked him, batting her wings slowly behind herself. His blue eyes clouded and then cleared. Green, he softly said, licking his lips the second her finger pulled back. She slowly knelt between his legs and took one hand to each knee, pushing them wider so she could come close, and then started unbuttoning the rough shirt he wore from the top down. Wings, he hissed when she was 3 buttons in, right before she sent her hands searching up against his chest, feeling his dense muscles tense at her touch beneath the softer fluff of his chest hair. She asked as he rocked his head back.
Never mind. Keep going.
She chuckled richly and did as she was told, finally opening up his whole shirt, running her fingers over his chest again. Someday she was going to get to trace all the drawings he had on him, and he would tell her what they meant, but not today. She wound her fingertips down the muscles on his stomach one by one, until both her hands rested on the waistband of his jeans.
You don't have to do this, Wings,
he told her, looking down, as she unlatched his belt.
Last night was just a gift. I didn't expect anything in return.
I know, she told him, and I appreciated that. As a princess, I like presents very much. She undid the belt's leather tongue and started in on the buttons behind it. At the same time, though, I'm on Earth now, and I don't have to be a princess anymore, which means I can do whatever I like to whomever I like, for however long I want.
It's funny, Wings, he said, his voice low. I would have thought being a princess got you all that, too.
You would, wouldn't you?
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
Wings,
he whispered.
What am I going to do with you?
She sat back, kneeling in front of him, wiping her lips daintily with the back of one hand. Only good things, I hope. She arched her wings wide. Did you like that? She asked, even though she knew he had. She just wanted to preen.
Yeah.
He reached down and set himself back inside his jeans, lifting his hips just enough to drag them back up. He licked his lips, staring down at her quietly, and then she started to feel confused. I keep seeing words in your eyes, Wolf. Why won't you say them?
Because I don't want to hurt you, Ryana.
She swallowed and pulled back, suddenly feeling very exposed in this strange position in front of him, kneeling on the floor like some kind of servant. She gracefully stood and tucked her wings down. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. I'm part dragon. Hurting me's impossible.
We both know that's not true,
he said, shaking his head and leaning forward.
Ryana, you know this is never going to work, right?
Only years of royal training saved her. She'd been trained not only for battle, but for verbal blows. Her rhetoric instructors had ensured it, so she felt quiet with practice now, her eyes half-lidded, her upper lip lifted in just the right amount of disgust. She could lace her words with poison, even if she couldn't taint her kisses. Yes, she scoffed. She'd just abased herself for him, no matter how much she liked it at the time. And for what? His rejection? It is why I picked you, after all. She let her eyes unfocus as she looked at him, as though he were not even there. Another experiment of a sort. When she deigned to give him her attention next, she found him frowning, and decided to try and hurt him more. In fact, I can't wait to write this down.
In a book?
He guessed. Precisely, she said, sounding clinical and cold. I lost all my notes when I came here, Austin. I don't want to lose anything ever again. Not my heart, and not my pride.
But this?
He sounded even more confused.
Why?
Because I'm still learning to trust myself, and I shouldn't have. I've gone and made the exact same mistake now, twice.
Practicing,
he said quietly, with a nod before standing.
Well, that was good. You're good. You're a fast learner.
I didn't say I hadn't done that before. She didn't look him in the eyes. I think you should go now. She heard him cross the room, then stop outside her door.
Stay safe, Ryana. Please.
She didn't respond. How dare he ask her to stay safe when he was the only thing that could hurt her?
Austin went back to his own room, feeling like a heel. Yeah, it's always great to semi-break up with someone after they give you the most spectacular blowjob of your life. But had it really been a breakup? Had they ever been a thing, except for in his fevered imagination? He knew he'd hurt her at the end, but she'd seemed to recover quickly, and there were 1,000,001 guys out there who'd want to be with her. Now that he wasn't trying to help her safely lose her virginity, any other guy could do exactly what he'd done. Even if the thought of anyone else touching her made his wolf want to leap out and kill them. It didn't matter. She was still a goddamned princess. His phone buzzed, and he looked down, fully expecting there to be some note from her, telling him to never talk to her again, or Damien saying something like, "Meet you outside at dawn." But instead, it was Dominic. "Took you long enough to come around, Wolf. I'll arrange a meeting with the others tomorrow night." Austin hid in his rooms the next day, not wanting to risk the temptation of walking by Ryana's surely red door, waiting impatiently for Dominic's texts, when one finally landed with an address at 8 p.m. He got dressed and went down the hall to knock on Zach's door. "Come in," his brother said, and Austin saw him sitting on a couch with a laptop on his lap. He closed the lid as Austin walked in. "Don't worry, I'm not here for hot stock tips," Dominic texted me. "I'm heading out." "You need backup?" Zach asked. "No, I think that seems strange. And if anything happened to Ryana in his absence, and there weren't other people in the castle who could save her, he'd never forgive himself. It's only a meeting, sounds purely informational. I just figured I should tell someone, just in case." "Look at you being all responsible, brother," Zach said with a snort before eyeing him. "How's camping life?" Austin inhaled deeply. "I broke it off yesterday." Zach groaned as if he'd taken a blow on his brother's behalf. He stood up to cross the room to Austin. "You know you did the right thing, right?" "Yeah. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, though. And if Grim or Leica so much as peep while I'm gone..." Zach set a hand on his shoulder. "I'll keep an ear out. Promise." "Okay. See you in a couple of hours. I'll text on my way back." "Sounds good. Be safe, and if things go south, let us know." "Will do," Austin said, shaking his brother's hand off before leaving. He hadn't replaced Betsy yet, and he was not driving a Bentley to a mysterious rendezvous, so he grabbed the keys to the least conspicuous of Damien's cars, Jameson's very old little Prius. It was green, which made him think of Ryana, and in hindsight, playing the color game with her had been a hugely bad idea, considering just how many freaking things in the world were green. He should have made their game be neon orange and magenta, and he'd have been safe outside of carnivals. The address Dominic had sent was over in a rundown area of town, not far from where they'd first met Stella. And it occurred to him that he'd had his head up his ass about Ryana for so long. He really needed to bug Zach for a check-in. As far as he knew, his brother hadn't seen the starry sky werewolf ever since she ditched them at the arena after their last big group fight. But Zach had been acting a little off occasionally since then. Austin got to the right address, a series of empty lots with nothing but weeds sticking up, usually used for a flea market on the weekends. The lots were blocked off by rusty chains locked to metal pylons, and he parked outside, stepping out of his car to sniff the air. "Dom?" he asked, scenting the rhino shifter easily. The man couldn't help it. He always smelled a little bit like zoo, although under no circumstances would Austin tell him that. "Austin!" Dominic boomed, coming up out of a shadow. "Glad to see you. Can't wait to have you aboard." Austin leaned against the side of his car. "Tell me what's up." "What's up is you and me splitting about $4 million, Dominic said low. "So just roll with this, all right?" Austin tensed as 4 other men came out of a nearby van. They were dressed like he was in comfortable casual stuff, but the way they held themselves was military, especially the way that they sized him up. And Austin would have bet his left nut that they were Kagaroth. "Austin, my friend, meet these nice gentlemen from the realms who are here after an object of power." "Yeah, you told me that already," Austin said, pushing away from his car. "Between my strength, your nose, and their magic, I know we'll figure out its location in no time, but alas, before they include you in our circle, they want to try you out." Dominic spread out thick hands. "I tried to avoid this. I told them you were the toughest motherfucker I knew, myself excluded. But they wouldn't believe me without a personal demonstration." Dominic placed a palm on his chest and turned toward the strangers. "You don't want to know the fights this man got into and survived. Or how much money Dominic made betting on them," Austin said, like he was playing their game. And then he lunged in and cold-cocked the closest one, hitting him right at the point where his jaw met his neck, knocking him out and sending him to the ground. "Sorry, gentlemen," Austin said, "but 3 against 1 seems like much better odds." The nearest man said, "You bastard," in Ryana's native tongue, leapt at him, and the fight was on. It was hard because he didn't want to kill them. If he did, either all bets would be off or they wouldn't share what they knew. But they didn't offer him the same compunction. After he'd so easily downed their comrade, they needed to fight him for their pride. And Ryana and Max hadn't been lying earlier. They were fucking good. He could tell because they were hitting him, and when they did, they didn't have wear strength, but they were stronger than normal men, and they were precise. And they knew exactly where to hurt him. His kidneys were bruised, and his stomach ached, and he could feel at least 3 broken ribs grating. One of them had busted his knuckles across the top of Austin's face in a brain-rattling lucky shot that had opened up the skin over one eyebrow and sent a slick river of red pouring down. Austin shook his head like a dog and sent blood spattering to the ground. "Are we done yet?" he growled. He downed one more of them temporarily, but the other 2 were still circling. And while he hadn't been paying attention, a 5th man with dark hair had joined their group and stood by Dominic, watching the proceedings with a cold disdain. He was the one in charge, Austin knew, because the remaining fighters looked to him. "Finish it," this man told them. And the nearest fighter leapt at Austin, who sidestepped him only to leave himself open for the briefest second and have the second man take advantage, hitting him where Austin already had broken ribs, the man knew. Austin bellowed, whirled, punched, and then felt himself get hit as he was harried from behind. The first man he'd knocked out had rejoined their small arena, only this time with a metal pole, and had just used it with enough force on Austin to break a normal man's femur in two. His wolf was just under the surface now as they pummeled him. It was all he could do to protect his heart and head and keep standing straight, because if he fell to the ground, then the kicks would begin. The animal inside of him begged for release, and he heard himself snarl in warning. His hand lashed out and grabbed a man's windpipe without thinking, and Austin only barely stopped himself from crushing it. The metal pole came down on his arm. Austin could feel the reverberations from it hitting him, running up and down his body, but he didn't let go. If he was going to go down, really go down, then it was no holds barred, and every single one of these bastards would pay. "Hold!" their leader commanded, coming up. All the fighters but the one whose throat he held stepped back. "You show remarkable restraint," the man complimented him. "It's not what I enjoy," Austin stated. The man whose throat he held was turning blue. "Can you release him?" the man asked. "Depends. Are we finished?" "For now, yes," he said, and Austin let the fighter go. The man sagged to the ground, gasping for air. "We good?" Dominic asked, coming over to survey things. "I think we're good. Austin, meet Baron. Baron, meet Austin."
Chapter 22. "I don't understand why you keep lying to me," Ryana told her semi-conscious prisoner. She was in his cage now, and she'd blown enough sleeping powder at him to make a Jorgian pass out. It was the only way to get in with him safely, take off his helmet, and get the newest version of her truth serum into him. She poured a precious spoonful of the potion into his mouth, then held his mouth closed until he swallowed it. The Kagaroth didn't think he'd eaten or drunk anything since he'd been captured, but Ryana knew that was untrue. She'd made him drink water and broth while half-drugged, because she needed him alive. And he'd had 3 separate variations of her truth-telling potion now, none of which had worked. Because each time he woke and saw her, he recognized her. He knew who she was, of course, although she didn't recognize him, and started telling her all the horrible things about her that he believed were accurate. But any time she pressed him for facts, why he was here, what they were planning, all he would say was that he didn't know, but Baron did, which was entirely impossible. She'd strangled Baron personally and had watched him die, not only in real life but in a million subsequent nightmares. As it had been the most horrible moment of her life, she was sure she remembered it correctly. She frowned at the man, finishing buckling his helmet to the rest of his armor, then stepped outside the cage and locked the door. "Call me when he gets up," she told Laika, and then went to work on round 4. Hours later, she was almost finished. She was getting faster now at creating the base potion, but she still didn't feel herself making any mistakes. It made it hard to know what to fix, and that made her feel suspect about all of her magic. And wasn't that just what she needed? Broken magic and a semi-broken heart. She sighed, made an annotation of what she'd changed this time in her notebook, and then rose up to take a shower and go to bed. She'd try the newest version of the potion out on the Kagaroth tomorrow. It wouldn't do to give him too much too often, otherwise her experiments might cross-contaminate. Then Grimm appeared, yowling something at her. She walked back in to where Laika was guarding her prisoner. "Well?" she asked the bird, after Grimm repeated himself. "Grimalkin says that the wolf is injured." Ryana felt something settle inside her soul. "Well, the wolf knows where my door is, doesn't he?" But her door was red. She'd tinted it that way ever since he'd left the other night, so she wouldn't know even if he had tried to come by. "Is it bad?" she asked Grimalkin. Grimalkin meowed. "He's a wolf. Wolves are stupid, so who can say?" Laika translated, quite directly, Ryana knew. Yes, wolves are stupid, Ryana agreed, reaching down to knuckle Grimm's head. Which is why I probably should check in on him, she sighed. She couldn't just let Austin die while Damien was gone. She might actually feel bad. She pulled on a thick white robe to hide her sleeping slip and walked down a flight of stairs and over to his door. "Hello?" she asked quietly, knocking. No one answered, which was a worrisome sign. The door was unlocked, though. His room looked much the same as when she'd first been in, weeks ago, except with less clothing on the floor. "Austin?" She tried his name, and, after no response, stepped in. He wasn't on his bed, nor at his desk. She should have asked Grimm to be more specific. But through a doorway to her right, she could hear a sound she recognized. The clinking of ice. She followed it into Austin's bathroom, and found him naked in a tub, half covered in ice. One of his eyes was swollen shut, there was blood on his face, and his chest was bruised beneath all of his skin drawings. "Austin?" she asked, kneeling down. She reached into the cold, cold water to pull out his hand and feel his pulse. Slow, so slow, but steady. "Austin! Austin, wake up!" she told him, reaching in to shake him, but she wasn't sure where she could safely touch. "What happened to you?" She leaned over and brushed his hair off of his face. "Are you going to be all right?" she asked him, well aware that he wasn't going to answer. "Grimm!" she called aloud. "I need your help!" Damien's guardian reappeared instantly. "Help me get him to his bed," she begged, and the cat closed its crossed blue eyes, levitating Austin out of the ice and through the door, placing him down on his own bed in the next room. "Thank you," she told Grimm. "Please go help Laika," she said, and the cat disappeared. Ryana walked over to where Austin lay on his bed, and the view wasn't any prettier. Who did this to him, she thought, and how could she make them pay? It didn't help that his skin was so pale from how chilled he was, showing the mottled outline of his bruises. She went into his closet and found sheets and blankets and piled them on top of him, trying to warm him up. "Stop being cold," she said, like he could hear, and sat down beside him on the bed. She couldn't just leave him here, could she? Oh, she totally could. In fact, she probably ought to. Whatever reason he'd had to go out and get beat up tonight most assuredly had nothing to do with her. But when she watched his chest rise, she knew she had to wait for it to fall again, and then watch the reverse. Because if something happened to him, it was going to crush her. No matter that he'd basically blown her off. That was him, and he was fucking stupid. Grimm was right about that. But she still wanted to do the right thing. No, right by him. And if something bad happened to him after she left tonight... She lay down in the bed beside him, on top of all the sheets. Her face was near his shoulder, and she could feel it sucking heat from her, it was so cold. What he needed was a fire. Or that thing Andy had shown her in the kitchen, the microwave. But she didn't have any of those right here. She just had herself. "I still hate you," she told him in her own language, and then untied her robe, flung it on top to act as yet another layer of fabric, and got beneath the covers with him. She wasn't sure where she could put herself and not hurt him. But since he didn't move no matter what she did, she gave up, and aligned herself alongside his body, putting her cheek to his shoulder and her thigh across his hips. She turned into him enough so that she could unfold a wing around him to wrap him up, trapping both their body heat inside. It was like being in bed with an icicle, but somehow, despite everything, she managed to sleep. Chapter 23.
"Baby, what are you doing here?"
Austin woke her by talking. His voice was thick with sleep and confusion. "You were hurt." She had no idea what time it was. The room itself was dark, but daylight was seeping around the edges of a curtained window. She blinked awake, resisting the urge to nuzzle him, and wiped her face with a hand.
"I just needed time to heal, was all," he said.
"You worried Grimm," she said. And me. I'm sorry, he told her, twisting his head to kiss her brow. She pulled her head back afterward, to take him in, cupping a hand to his cheek and running her thumb over his swollen eye. His lips lifted into a crooked smile, the tiny scar she knew he had lost in all the rest of his recent damage.
I probably look like you did when you came through Damien's mirror.
From this close, and with him still healing, it was hard to remember why she'd been so mad at him. Was I this busted up? She asked.
Your leg was broken, and your wings were torn.
He shook his head lightly and winced.
I was so scared.
Why?
Because I knew if I let anything happen to you.
Damien would kill you, I know, Ryana said, blowing him off and pulling back.
No,
he said firmly, as he pulled her close again.
I just knew that if I let anything happen to you, I would hate myself.
She went stock still beside him. How come? She asked, suddenly very intent on his answer. He rubbed his thumb against her hip. She could feel it sliding over the satin of the slip she wore.
I don't know. I just did. I saw you and I thought, shit, if I let anything bad ever happen to that girl,
he said, and let his voice drift. Ryana looked down at him in confusion, trying to understand. Is that why you left me? You thought you were bad? Austin closed his good eye and let his head sink back on his pillow.
You're a princess. I'm a person who comes home looking like this every few months.
He relinquished his hold on her waist so she was free.
I can be what you want, Ryana, but I can't be what you need.
She stared at him angrily, all of her rhetoric lessons cast aside. How dare you? She hissed at him, and watched him swallow as she spun more toward him, putting herself on her stomach and elbows beside him, rising up, sending the blankets over them cascading down her back. Even now, do you think I'm some sort of spoiled child? He pulled away from her and put a hand behind his head to prop it up, grunting in pain.
No, Wings, I don't. I never have. But I'm just me, Ryana. Don't make me spell out all the ways that I'm not good enough for you.
And what if I say that you are? The words came out of her mouth in her own language, when she least expected, and she saw his eyes widen, in confusion, no doubt. But after she'd said them, she knew that they were true. So let me get this straight, Austin. Either I'm a child who doesn't know what she wants, who you have to protect, or I'm a woman who is telling you she wants you. Which would you rather me be? His good eye searched her face before he answered.
Mine,
he said, with a deep intake of breath, his voice almost a growl. She closed her eyes at him, as slow as Damien's cat. Well, she told him. We'll see.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
You have no idea how badly I wish I could see you with both eyes,
he said with a laugh, raising a hand to brush her cheek. I'll still be around when you're whole, she said, twisting her head to kiss his palm.
You'd better be.
He considered her for a long moment, and then lifted himself towards her, curling his stomach before hissing in agony. Fuck, he said, falling back at the same moment as she pushed him down for his own good. How hurt are you? She asked him, resting a hand on each of his shoulders to pin him down.
I've got 8 ribs broken, he groaned. Conservatively.
What the fuck happened, Austin?
I'll tell you later. Just, for now, don't stop.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
Even small movements were impossible now, but it didn't matter because all of him knew he was exactly where he was meant to be. Inside of her. His mate. He only barely held himself above her, catching his breath. and felt his knot subside with a deep sense of sorrow. She was free now, and there was no way she would ever come back to him. He steeled himself and shifted, sliding out, and heard her make a satisfied sigh. "Oh, Austin," she purred as he fell down beside her. "I liked that." "Yeah, Wings?" He forced himself to sound light, pushing a sweaty lock of hair off her shoulder. "You gonna write about it in your notebook?" She nodded, staring at the ceiling with a satisfied smile. "For science," she said. "Of course," he agreed, and swallowed. In the drifting silence that followed, he tried to gather up his courage. He would have rather fought 100 Kagaroths than try to explain one moment of what had just happened to her. "So, in the realms, what would come next?" he asked, on the off chance that it was anything good. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye without moving her head. "You would gift me 3 fine horses and a deed to arable land?" For a second he thought she was serious. But then he saw the corners of her lips lift, and he laughed. "I'm fresh out of horses, Wings." "It's just as well. Wolves make horses nervous," she said, grinning. Then she suddenly turned her head toward him. "What happens next on Earth?" "Well," he said, and took a deep inhale, turning toward her. "We should probably talk about that," he began, as he heard the door to his bedroom open up behind him. "Austin, Jesus, why do you always smell like sex? And here I was, worried about you since you didn't answer my texts," Zach said, barging in. From the doorway, Zach had an excellent view of Austin's naked back and not much else. "What the fuck happened to you?" "Yes, Austin," Ryana teased. "What did happen to you?" Austin shot his brother a death glare over his shoulder, and Zach's eyes went wide, realizing that Ryana was there too, hidden by Austin. She pulled sheets up to her neck and laughed at both of their discomfort. "Good morning, Zach, or is it afternoon now?" Zach began, backpedaling so that Austin wouldn't have to climb out of bed and murder him. No, Austin was just about to tell me who broke 8 of his ribs last night." She pouted and put her hand up to Austin's face. "And also who did this to his eye." Austin blinked, his whole eye shut, bracing for impact. "Kagaroth," he said. "What?" Ryana sat up, scooping most of the blankets from the bed with her. Wait, why didn't you say anything?" "I'm sorry, I was recuperating and then I was a little distracted." He gave her a meaningful look, but she gave him no quarter. "Or you neglected to mention them because you knew if you did I'd go back to my lab and finish what I was doing, which is probably where I should be right now anyhow," she said, pushing to stand, taking all of the sheets with her. He reached out and grabbed the end of them. "Don't go, Ryana, we still need to talk." She frowned between the men, but mostly at him. "We can talk later, when you're ready to explain yourself and after I check on Laika," she said, and strode out the door with all his bedding. Zach moved aside to let her go and then retook his spot, closing the door behind her and locking it, like Ryana had apparently not done hours ago. "What? And I mean this with all sincerity, Austin." "The fuck?" his brother hissed. "I didn't ask for it," Austin said. "She gave it to me." "Oh no, you just camped outside her door for days. She didn't have to ask for shit. You were already leaving your heart on her doorstep," Zach growled. "Since when is what I do any of your business?" Austin asked, sitting up and reaching for some clothing on the ground, hopping into jeans with a pained grunt. It's my business when you come home looking like that, Zach pointed at him. What if a rift opened, right now? How the fuck would you be able to fight? I'd make do, Austin told him, buttoning his jeans closed. He needed a shower. He knew he smelled fantastic, actually, if you were into sweat and sex. But before that, he needed to hunt Ryana down and talk to her. Zach sat down in Austin's gaming chair and blocked his path. Tell me exactly what happened with Dominic. Austin hesitated, heading around him for the door. More of the same, that they're looking for something magical and to stay ready for his call. This, he said, gesturing at his naked chest, the art of his tattoos now hidden by his bruises, was to earn the Kagaroth's trust. Well, I'm glad it wasn't just for fun, Zach said, frowning. Now, on to problem number 2. What the hell business do you have sleeping with Ryana? She's perfect. Austin cut him off. She's fucking perfect, and I won't hear you say otherwise. Zach's ice blue eyes narrowed at him. What? Austin growled. You've never fallen for a girl like this before. Well, I've never met a princess of the realms before, now have I? Austin made to leave, then decided to stand in front of his brother instead. What he was going to tell Zach now. It might be the only time he got to tell anyone, and as pissed as Zach would surely be, there was a chance his brother might actually understand. It was Zach's turn to growl. What? I mated her, Zach. His brother's already pale skin became more so, and his eyes closed as he took a deep inhale so as not to yell. Austin continued. We were fucking, it was the first time, and it happened. 1 minute I was coming inside her, and the next we were locked, and I've never felt more right. He swallowed roughly and drew a hand through his shaggy hair. It felt like I was home. Zach nodded slowly, like the hinge of his neck had a thick coating of rust. What did she think of that? He asked in a very flat tone. Austin walked to sink back against his bed. I panicked. I told her it was a wolf thing, and I was just about to explain everything when you came in, so thanks for making this even harder than it was already going to be. Oh, Austin, Zach said, with the exact same pained intonation as he'd used when he'd told him their mother died. And suddenly it felt like they were kids again. Just the two of them, back to back against the entire world. What are you going to do when she refuses you? Austin stared blankly at his carpeting and answered with the truth. Want to die and get fucked up. Zach stood up and crossed the room to him, setting his hands on Austin's shoulders. I know. You told me, and I know, Austin said. His brother stood there with him, just breathing in their shared moment, supporting him as best he could. I didn't have a choice, Zach, Austin explained. You saw her come through Damien's mirror same as I did. The second she needed me then, I needed her back. He'd taken care of Ryana for days before she'd come to, thinking of nothing but her the entire damn time, sleeping in the same room with her in case she stirred. And remember that night we were all in the library when she was comatose, giving Damien shit for being mated to Andy? Yes, and you were the worst about it, Zach said with a rueful snort. I know. Austin thought back to the moment, remembering. His voice went quiet. I think I was scared. And all your talk of pussy. Austin groaned and ran his hands through his hair. I straight up took her to a strip club, Zach, trying to convince her not to be with me. It didn't work. Clearly, Zach said, his tone dry. Austin looked up at him. His brother was neither angry nor accusatory, just disappointed. which was vastly worse. She's the one who got into bed today with me. I woke up to her practically naked beside me. What the hell else was going to happen? I'm not a fucking saint. Zach slowly let Austin's shoulders go. I would have bought you 10 Bentleys if it would have kept your dick in your pants. Well, the cat's out of the bag now. Austin pushed himself up to standing. And I've got to go tell her. I can't put it off. Zach considered him then, with a concerned look and pursed lips. Good luck, brother. However it goes. And if you need someone to drink with later, pick me. Chapter 25. In roughly every single video game Austin had ever played, there'd been a part where the protagonist had to do a timed run down a hall and somehow miss getting sliced by spinning knives. All of those halls, and this hall, now felt exactly the same. He realized halfway down the stairs that he hadn't even bothered to put on a shirt, and it didn't matter. There was no magical way to make what he was about to tell her more palatable. There was no point in bringing her flowers or taking her out to dinner, trying to pussyfoot or pretend. It just was what it was, what it was. He wanted her, not just for a night, but for forever. Even if sometimes he didn't fully understand her, and she couldn't stand him. The second he walked near her door, it flashed the same color as the blood he'd spilled the night before. He knocked on it regardless. Wings, let me in. When he couldn't hear anything on the other side, he tried again. Ryana, we need to talk. No response. He gritted his teeth and remembered the old saying, a gentleman is simply a patient wolf. Well, his wolf had run out of patience. God damn it, Ryana, he shouted, hitting the door with a hand, making it rattle in its hinges. And then, after that, he tried the handle. Apparently, princesses of the realms did not believe in locks. Or, more likely, she trusted him. He put his head against the door and breathed bodily, trying to talk himself into waiting for her again. Even if this was exactly the part where he'd misstep and die in a video game. It felt like he could almost hear the knives coming for him. What was worse, barging in now, trampling over the rules he'd given her to gain her trust, a thing he genuinely wanted to keep, or waiting for a week while she stewed without him, and then try to explain what his knot had meant. He was nowhere near figuring shit out when he heard a shout from inside. Ryana? He asked sharply, setting his ear against the door's wood. Another shout. And it wouldn't have mattered if the door had been locked, covered in rubies and made of cement. He would have punched his way through. As it was, he slammed the door open and ran to the back of her room for her laboratory. He pulled up short at the open door, and he could hear the shouting far more clearly, as Ryana stood in the back of the cage where her prisoner was chained. "What have you done to me now, bitch?" the prisoner demanded. Austin stood, stunned. The word the Kagoroth used for Ryana wasn't exactly bitch. He could feel Mills's magic scraping his mind to come up with an equivalent in English, and finding none, because what the Kagoroth had called her was much, much worse. "I've given you another dose of my potion. It compels you to speak, and now it is time to tell me the truth," Ryana said calmly. "Fuck you, and fuck your magic, and fuck your potions," her prisoner shouted at her. "Why are you here?" "Because Baron ordered us," the Kagoroth snarled. Austin heard Ryana make a sound of frustration. "What color is the ground?" "Brown." "And my eyes?" "Green." "Lie to me," she demanded. "I cannot." Austin was sure he heard the other man spitting, though. You are. You must be. Baron is dead. If I cannot tell a lie, princess, should I tell you what the Kagoroth think of you, of your poor broken heart and the gaping hole between your legs? How we laugh at how we tricked you? Austin wasn't consciously aware of moving. Just 1 second he was outside Ryana's laboratory door, and the next he was in the middle of the lab, inside the cage with the Kagoroth chained at the back of it, one hand wrapped around the other man's throat, and one hand holding a table leg that he'd snapped off on his way in. Disparage her again, and I will take this stick and wrap your body around it from the feet up. The Kagoroth's eyes were bugging out of his head. Who the fuck are you? He hissed. And how do you understand me? Austin. Ryana said his name from somewhere behind him. Unhand my prisoner. He slowly let the man down and took 2 steps back. The chains holding the man seemed solid. He turned and saw Ryana dressed in a simple green dress and standing stiffly, with Leica the size of an eagle sitting on her shoulder. There was a wet mark on her breast, and if she'd been close enough to get spit on, she'd been close enough to be in danger. He didn't care how fast her guardian was. Her eyes narrowed on him beneath her arched auburn brows. So, she began, every bit as stern with him as she had been with her prisoner. When did you learn my native tongue? His stomach folded in on itself and sank. He was tempted to crack that he'd learned it while licking her, but realized making a joke now would just set things between them on fire. He also realized if he lied and she found out, there'd be no coming back from it. The night we captured him. He jerked his chin at the prisoner behind him. Her eyes widened and her nostrils flared. How? Mills, I asked her. Because you knew you were going to fight Kagoroth last night? And didn't tell me? Wings, he began, trying to sound reasonable. We had already fought them. When we caught this one, it seemed wise for me to be able to understand them. And that's all. Right? She asked, half of her lips lifting into a cruel smile. It had nothing to do with you wanting to spy on me. I should have told you that same night. He held his hands up between them. Your door was red and... Is this a lover's spat? The prisoner asked, lunging to the end of his chains to leer at Ryana. Oh, you idiot girl child. You went from Baron to this beast creature here. We all knew you had poor taste, but at least... Austin casually swung the table leg out and backhanded the Kagoroth in the stomach, making him gasp for air. Ryana appeared not to notice. Answer the question, Wolf. She held her chin up to look down her nose at him, and he saw the selfsame ice in her that he'd so often seen in Damien before a fight. Or were you just going to spy on me like everyone else? I came to tell you now, he said, because he was going to tell her everything now. And why the hell fuck goddamn not? She snorted softly, to let him know what she thought the chances of that were. And he could see her then, her eyes flickering over him, calculating every moment that they'd spent together, when she'd been honest and open and he'd been not. It was only fair to tell her how badly he needed her, to share all of himself with her, to even their playing field again, if nothing else. He glanced over at the prisoner. If you're done with him, Ryana, I need to talk to you. I'm not done, and I may never be done because he insists on lying. I might be in here for several more weeks, during which you are free to sleep in the hall." Austin blinked back to the conversation he'd overheard them having when he came in. And just what is he lying about? "It's no concern of yours," she told him, striding out of the cage. He moved to follow, and Leica kept her gaze on him. "I met a Kagaroth named Baron last night, Ryana. He's not lying about that." At him mentioning that name, Austin watched the color drain from her face, and she whispered, "No." I shook his hand. "You!" she sputtered, before looking at his hand like it had betrayed her. "You what?" "He was the leader of the men who jumped me. Dominic, the friend who set me up, he said they needed to see if I was serious." Austin moved closer to her, and Leica fluttered her feathers in warning. "Who was he? Is he the man I need to kill?" "I already did," she breathed to herself. She was staring at the ground, lost in thought, and Austin wanted to grab her shoulders, but knew if he did, Leica would attack. I killed him," Ryana said to herself. "He's dead. He has to be." There was a sound behind them like sifting sand. And then the prisoner bolted past Austin's shoulder, out the open cage door, dragging his chains behind him like the ghost of Christmas past. Austin protected Ryana instinctively, grabbing her wrist and pulling her behind him as Leica flew up intent on the prisoner. He threw the heavy table leg at the man with his free hand, and it caught the prisoner square in the back, flinging him forward to the ground. But before Leica could get to him, the munitions box on Rika's hearth opened up, and the progenitor leapt out, jumping onto the man's face. Ryana shook herself free of Austin's grip and ran for the prisoner. "No!" Austin could see the Kagaroth's face very blurrily through the progenitor's clear carapace and internal organs. It chittered something back to her in metallic tones, which Leica translated. "How can you still be hungry? You drained 10 cows, Ryana shouted. Austin heard the creature's bitter complaint and saw Ryana give up. He could tell from the way her shoulders had slumped and her head bowed, and who was this, and what had they done to his Ryana? "Fine," she agreed. "Carry on." "Ryana," he asked her, trying to figure out just what had transpired. "He's already injected poisons." She frowned and kept frowning. "Disgusting, but that's not what I meant." He moved to stand in front of her again. "What happened, Wings?" "You mean, how did he get out?" She hugged herself. "They're not without magic." She glanced back inside the prisoner's cage, and Austin saw where a portion of each chain had been melted through. "That's why whatever it was you did last night fighting them was foolish. I didn't know who they were for certain when they started. They were out of their armor. You could have died." She cut him off. "And Baron would not have cared." Austin brought the image of the man to the forefront of his mind. "Who is he to you, Ryana?" Her eyebrows rose and she laughed sharply. "You don't get to ask that." Austin raked his hand through his hair, trying to ignore the repetitive slurping coming from the progenitor's direction. "We need to talk. I need to be honest with you." "Yes?" she asked, her voice going high. You think it's okay to lie to me for over a week, and now that I'm the one withholding, it'd be a good time for honesty?" She rolled her eyes like someone well-practiced with the expression. "Please, get out, Austin." "No, Ryana, I mean it. I really need to talk to you." The slurping increased in speed and volume. Can we get somewhere the hell away from that, he said, waving his hand behind him, and just sit down and have a conversation. She shook her head. I have nothing to say to you, and you've already apologized. Oh, wait, you haven't, actually, and you're probably not going to, because why should you? Ryana, I am so sorry. You have no idea. I don't, she cut in. And what's more, I don't care, Austin. The way she said it was like a knife through his heart, and he could feel his soul bleeding out as she went on. I trusted you. Do you have any idea how hard that is for me? Maybe you might, seeing as you've been able to hear me this whole time. She flung her arms out at him. The space between her hands was occupied by a green flickering light. And now I can't trust Mills because she gave that power to you and didn't see fit to tell me. That's on me. I swore to her I would. What is for me in this place, Austin? With my brother gone, why am I even here? Her pain was legible on her face, same as if she'd written it down. Because I need you, is what he wanted to say, but before he could manage a word, she told him, Red. Wings, don't, he told her, his chest heaving, each breath making all of his ribs ache. Red, she said again, simply, lowering her hands, the light between them quenching. Please, he begged. Red, she said quietly. He knew what she was asking for. Either his promise to her meant something, or it had meant nothing all along, just been some kind of ploy. This was the last chance he'd have to prove that he respected her, enough to leave her when she asked. Announcing how he felt to her right now would be the opposite of that. So even though it killed him, he said, Okay. He took a step back. Whenever you're green next, Wings, please come and find me. Immediately. He turned on his heel. If I am ever green again, she called her correction after him. He paused, fought the urge to turn around, and then walked out her door. Somehow he made it back to his own room. Zach wasn't there anymore, which was good. He didn't need anyone else to be disappointed in him tonight. He stripped off his jeans and hesitated before getting into the shower. If he showered, he wouldn't smell like her anymore. If he didn't, her scent would torture him. Which was worse? He got into the shower and let the cold water slap him.
Chapter 26. Is Baron truly alive? Leica asked her, echoing her own disbelief. Ryana reached her hand up to idly rub her guardian's feathered cheek while in heavy thought. It seems so. I don't know how, though. Ryana would have vividly remembered killing him, even without her nightmares. The weight of his neck had seemed to occupy her hands for months after she'd done the deed. At the time, she'd listened against his chest and hadn't heard his heart so much as flutter, which was when she'd had Leica take him outside and thrown into the moat for the sluiciers there to eat. By then, the entire palace was up in arms about the coup. She'd had to tell her mother, and listen to her mother shame her. They discovered that an entire squad of the Kagarath had run away, clearly complicit in Baron's sins. And then all the rest of them were imprisoned, until Ryana was able to complete her first course of potions, the truth-telling serum that made releasing some Kagarath possible. They'd tested it under extreme torture conditions, and it had seemed accurate. By using it, they were able to clear most of the remaining Kagarath's names. The deed was already done, however. That a coup had even had a chance. It was a massive dent in the palace's metaphorical armor and, correspondingly, in her mother's reputation. Not to mention her own. They'd done their best to keep what had happened under wraps,
But without the rest of the Kagaroth there to cut out talking tongues, tongues talked about her, mocking her for falling in love, especially with a simple servant who had nothing to offer. How simple-minded she had been. But now, if Baron was alive and on Earth, Ryana frowned, unable to make head nor tails of it all. She knew she needed to tell the others what the Kagaroth had told her the night before, though, back when she'd assumed that he was lying, when he actually couldn't. She changed into a clean dress and went to go find Mills. Ryana knocked on the witch's door not long after. "Mills?" she asked. Mills's door was painted a cheerful yellow, which Ryana felt sure did not fluctuate with the witch's mood. "Is it important?" came a muffled shout from inside. "Yes!" Ryana shouted back, unfortunately. After being forced to wait far too long in the hall, wondering whether or not she should send Laika in after the woman, Mills emerged, hopping out and setting her back to the door behind her quickly. "Ryana, how can I help you?" She was wearing a robe and appeared disheveled. How nice it must be to be in a relationship without lies. Then she remembered that Mills had been the one to spell Austin into understanding her language, and frowned. "The prisoner is dead," Ryana informed her. "Should I say I'm sorry?" Mills asked. Ryana made a face. "No, I'm not. But before he died, he told me things you need to know. They're opening rifts to create instability between realms, hoping to cause a conjunction. Can I come in?" Oh my God. Mills put her hand to her mouth, opened the door enough to shout, "Jay, put some clothes on, you need to hear this," and then dragged Ryana inside. "Tell me everything," Mills said, as she indicated Ryana should sit down on her couch, and Ryana felt a sudden urge to confess. Not about the Kagaroth or any danger from the realms, but about Austin and what he'd meant to her, and how badly she'd just been hurt. "You okay, Ryana?" Jameson asked kindly, joining them, looking just as rumpled as the witch did as he hauled up a chair to sit across from her and Mills took a place by her side. "I'm fine," Ryana said definitively. She took a brief look around their shared rooms. One half was all technological gear from Earth that she didn't yet understand. The other was pleasant wood, warm-colored stone, and hanging herbs drying from the ceiling. Somehow their space managed to be the combination of the two of them, disparate as they were. Ryana knew she was in a home. She could feel it, and it made everything slightly worse for her. Not because she missed the palace. She didn't. It was just that, for all of the gilded throne rooms and treasure chambers and libraries that seemed endless in her past, she'd never had something as simple and good as what they had, here. "Ryana?" Mills asked, touching her knee gently. "Did you need some tea?" Ryana blinked back to attention. "No, I just need to tell you what I learned." "Would you rather tell everyone in the conference room?" Jameson asked. "We can round everybody up, no problem." "No," Ryana said, shaking her head. She had no interest in seeing Austin again right now. It would only make everything cut deeper. "I'll just tell you, and you can tell them." Ryana went through everything her imprisoned Kagaroth had told her before he died, which he wouldn't have done if Austin hadn't distracted both her and Laika long enough for him to melt his chains. Then again, without Austin's interruption, she'd never have known that Baron was alive somehow. While Austin might be a liar, there was no particular reason for him to lie about that. As she explained that Baron and his men were interested in creating rifts to trigger a conjunction, Mills and Jameson looked increasingly horrified. "But why?" Mills asked when she was through. Ryana shrugged. "The same reason they went rogue back home, I guess. Regime change and the opportunity to grab power." "And your prisoner never once mentioned they were after you?" Mills pressed. "Not directly, no. Although she'd never asked it. But why would they care? Both of the Kagaroth she'd managed to speak to before they died seemed to hold her in little regard. They'd been opening rifts. They'd been found near rifts. There was nothing personal about it, other than Baron's unending ambition haunting her. She'd elided her horrible betrayal and its cause, as it didn't seem currently relevant. I guess things are just particularly chaotic there, and they're trying to make the most of it. We've concentrated on closing rifts for so long, I've never given opening them any thought, Jameson murmured as he rubbed his chin with his metallic hand. How is that even possible? The magic energies required alone boggle me, Mills said, sinking deeper into the couch at Ryana's side before looking at her. Had you ever heard of such a thing in the realms? As some sort of attack, perhaps? Never, Ryana said, because she hadn't. But if we capture another prisoner, I can ask, she offered. Mills nodded. And just how did this one die? Jameson asked her. Ryana sighed. An unfortunate accident. There was no need to recount a blow-by-blow about why Austin was in her lab with her. He freed himself, ran, and the progenitor got hungry. His eyes widened precipitously. What? No. He did a full-body shiver, turning to Mills. I told you that thing was dangerous. Well, it would never eat me, Ryana said, coming to the progenitor's defense. Jameson stared at her, his eyebrows furrowing so hard they almost met. That's not as comforting as you think it is. Mills laughed. Jay, she said, reaching out to take his metal hand in her own to comfort him, and Ryana watched him let himself be calmed. He gave Mills a tender smile, and Ryana felt like there was a snake twisting inside her gut. In any case, there you have it, she said, standing suddenly, needing to get away. Ryana, Mills called after her before she could escape. Shouldn't we tell Damien? Ryana paused and looked at the ground. Technically, yes. Her brother was far more suited to dealing with incursions from other realms than the rest of them. But he was also out there somewhere on vacation, with Andy looking at him just like Mills had Jameson. And even as much as she didn't want to be around it, especially when no one else would ever feel like that about her, truly, she couldn't bring herself to take that chance away from him. To do what? She snapped, and then shook her head quickly in apology. You can talk to your other wardens in his absence, can you not? And start to ready supplies? She tried to make herself sound reasonable, as Mills hesitantly nodded. Jameson inhaled, to disagree, she felt, so she went on quickly. Does he actually need to be here, or would we just find his presence comforting? Let my brother have another day and night of freedom. It's likely the last he'll ever get. Fine, Jameson agreed. But tomorrow is tomorrow, Ryana finished for him, squashing all dissent. She looked between the two of them, politely flicked the line of her dress's skirt, and said, Good night. Somewhere on the way back to her own room, she decided to detour and go outside. It didn't matter how massive and impressive Damien's castle was. It wasn't big enough for her to be in right now. Where would she go? What would she do? Why should she stay here? She hesitated on the stairs once the front doors were closed behind her. Almost every time she'd left the castle, she'd left with Austin, which meant that everything outside reminded her of him. But staying indoors was even worse. How had he managed to make it so that there was no place she could go without him in her thoughts? It wasn't fair. Princess, Leica asked her, running her small feathered head softly beneath Ryana's chin. Can you get me my car keys, Leica? Ryana asked her. The bird disappeared in an instant and then returned, keys in hand. Thanks. Ryana had seen cars in use on TV and in movies, and she'd watched Austin drive. It didn't look that hard, and Earth was large. Surely there was some space out there that didn't feel like Austin. She only needed to go find it. She opened the door, got in, played with the pedals, and figured out how to turn it on, and how to take the top back down, which felt important. She experienced a brief thrill of success when she managed it, and then more so as she edged out of the garage, feeling the night air wrap around her. Her hands wrung the steering wheel, and she realized that never in her entire life had she ever driven her own contraption. Even back home in the realms, the magic that made the carriages run hadn't been her own. This was happening. She was going to drive off into the night and just be away. If she couldn't get free from her nightmares, she needed to at least be free from her formerly hopeful dreams. "Ryana! Wait!" She heard her name called over the sound of the engine and ignored it, pulling the car further out, heading for the compound's gate. "Ryana!" Someone shouted after her. If it was Austin, she didn't want to see him, and if it was anyone else, she didn't care. But a black blur raced in front of her vehicle, and she slammed on the brakes to stop from hitting it, making the entire car lurch forward. She turned on her headlights slowly, after making the screen wipers work first, and illuminated Zach, wearing the black suit she'd seen him in Austin's room earlier. He now had his hands on her car's hood to protect himself. "I know how to drive," she preemptively told him, afraid he'd try to stop her. "I'm not debating that," he said, standing to straighten his sleeves before he looked at her. "Although you need to put on your seatbelt." Ryana frowned. "You can't make me be safe." Zach groaned and put his hands up to his face so their heels were in his eye sockets. "Maybe you two are perfect for each other," he muttered, before lowering his hands and shaking his head once. "Can we talk?" "No, I'm going. Get out of the way." She made the engine rev threateningly. He gave her a look. "I don't think you're willing to run me over, Ryana." "No, but I'm not above having Leica forcibly remove you." She raised her hands to snap her fingers to do just that, but he spoke low and commandingly as he leaned forward on her car. "Which one of us do you think is older, Ryana? Austin or me?" Ryana's hand paused at his unexpected tack. Why could it possibly matter? "Indulge me," he said, pushing on her car and shaking it. "Please." She sighed and stared off into space. "You, probably." Zach had suits on all the time, and he was responsible for bearing the burden of being the face of her brother's large company, wearing the magic that made him look like her and Damien's aged father as a disguise. Zach clearly took his life and his position more seriously than Austin ever had. She didn't think she'd have believed them brothers if she hadn't seen their matching tattoos. Zach nodded, finally taking his hands off the car's hood. "You would think that, wouldn't you? But no. Austin is 3 years older." "So?" "So, the only reason I can do this," Zach said while gesturing at himself, "by which I mean standing up in board meetings and pretend to be another man, pretend to give a shit about other wealthy people's vacations on islands I've never been to, and feign interest while they tell me about which boarding school they've picked out for their mistress's child, is because Austin protected me." Zach stared at her through the windshield, as if willing her to understand something via telepathy, which she'd been trained to be immune to. She frowned deeply at him as he went on. "Our childhood was, well, to say it was bad is an understatement. I was a smaller child. We were always moving, always different, always poor. Our mother was more interested in vengeance than in raising us. When our pack was slaughtered, she was too blinded by her grief to act like a mother." His gaze dipped down to the car's red hood, which looked like old blood beneath the moonlight. "I think perhaps mothering was hard, whereas murder came easy." Ryana tilted her head, unable to begin to imagine what emotion Zach was trying to evoke from her. "When I was 5, I watched my mother pull an enemy's arms off like the wings of a fly." She remembered the hot, horrific spray of blood across her skin. She'd screamed in terror, and then her mother had screamed at her for screaming. "So just what are you trying to say, Zach?" She watched the werewolf's jaw tighten. Telling her this story was clearly costing him. I just want you to know that our entire childhood, Austin protected me, made sure I was fed, didn't let anyone make fun of me, woke me up from nightmares. He told me I was smart and made sure I took my books home. And if I didn't do my homework, he would beat me up." Ryana wanted to be pissed at Zach, and via him, Austin in absentia, she knew. But the thought of 2 little wereboys fighting over homework made her bite back a smile. When Zach finally raised his gaze to catch hers, his blue eyes shone, as if their usual ice blue was slightly melted. Ryana, no one ever did that for him.
Her lips parted, finally understanding Zach's point. That there'd been no one watching out for Austin. No one who'd ever protected him, made him do homework. All of Austin's nightmares he'd had to go through alone. And no matter how pissed she was at him currently, the thought of him hurting as a child made her soul ache, and she longed to somehow move back through time to be that person for him. Zach took an emotional inhale before continuing.
Ryana, while I know he may not be the mate you've dreamed of, he is still a good man. So perhaps you can find room in your heart for him.
Ryana double-blinked, her empathy for Austin blindsided by Zach's phrasing. She swallowed and sat still, her blood rushing in her ears, looking around at her car's well-lit dashboard and all of its fiddly little controls, wishing one of them could make the world stop.
Oh no,
Zach whispered, breaking the silence between them first. She looked up at him, stricken. Did my magic translate you right? She knew it had. She was just basically daring him, begging him
to lie. He told me he was going to tell you,
Zach said, and nervously swallowed, an action she knew she had never seen him take before. Did you, she began slowly, keeping her voice even, although it was hard, just claim that Austin thinks he's my mate? Zach closed his eyes, trapped.
He doesn't just think it. He knows it.
A panoply of emotions raced through Ryana, one after the other so quickly she couldn't begin to pull them apart. Elation, terror, disgust, yearning. It explained why Austin had rushed into her room, and then why he'd been so reluctant to go. Not out of fear for her, or to confess that he could understand her, but because he'd wanted to tell her that. She hoped. But if he had, what would she have told him in return? She held onto the steering wheel like it was a life preserver because it felt like she was drowning.
Ryana,
Zach began, and she shook her head at him to cut him off. Where is he now? He walked to her side of the car and put his hand out for the keys.
Let me drive.
No, she said sharply. I can do it. Just tell me where to go.
He's likely at the Whistle Stop, 99 Bottles, or the Aqua.
Ryana nodded and snapped her fingers. Laika, go get my phone. Her bird disappeared to bring back her phone with the precious mapping program that she'd figured out how to use, while Zach looked on with increasing dismay.
May I ask what you are going to tell him?
She gave him a half-lidded glare. I am far more interested in seeing what he'll tell me.
Chapter 27. This time, Austin took the Prius out to what had once been his first favorite bar, but had since been downgraded. The Aqua, formerly Rebar, was in the process of attempting to go upscale, which meant that the owners had closed it for 3 months and remodeled everything in chrome and black and given it a new name. The wall of liquor behind the bar was lit with gleaming white lights from below, and the ice cubes in drinks had grown to the size of baseballs, an affectation which Austin found annoying. But even though he now felt out of place there, in his jeans and his flannel jacket, he'd come nonetheless. He didn't have anywhere else to go. Austin got himself a shot of red breast at the bar and then found himself a booth, settling in to do a thorough soul-searching with a dash of self-loathing. People he recognized gave him companionable nods, which he didn't return. And waitresses must have kept swinging by because the glasses on his table multiplied like see-through rabbits. When would Ryana allow him to talk to her next? By then, would her anger have solidified her heart into impenetrable stone? Would she ever forgive him? And if she did, how the hell was he going to bring up being mates? Hey, Wings, yeah, so what's the etiquette in the realms for when someone has accidentally given you their heart, not to mention other organs, and they don't really want them back? What then? What business did he have wanting to be mated to her anyways? Why hadn't his wolf given him a choice? He was staring at the table with one hand curled into his hair when someone sat across from him. "Found you," said a familiar voice, at the same time as he scented lavender. He slowly looked up. Missy had taken the seat across from him, and if he didn't concentrate, there were 5 of her. "Not now, Missy," he told her, swiping a finger across his phone. He'd been here about 2 hours, and at this rate he'd burned through all their whiskey by midnight. "Yes, now," Missy told him, giving him a pout. "I'm sorry for smoking near Betsy." Austin looked her straight in the eyes until there was only one of her. "I have a girlfriend." Both her eyebrows rose. She guffawed, then made a show of looking over both his shoulders. "Is she imaginary, or did you leave her at home?" Then she took his bruised face in. "And what kind of woman would let you out of her sight looking like this? Unless she did it to you, maybe." She snaked a hand over the table and caught his. "Blink once if you need me to save you from her, Austin." "Missy, don't," he told her. But he didn't pull his hand back fast enough because the table was littered with empties and... "Austin?" said another familiar voice. One that he would recognize forever. He turned slowly as his liver kicked into high gear. "Ryana?" he asked, just to make sure she was real, and not some apparition conjured by too much whiskey, and yanked his hand away from Missy's to fully face her. "Is this her?" Missy said in her most challenging tone. Ryana's gaze flickered over the other woman coldly. "Am I... who?" "His girlfriend?" Austin held up his hand before she could answer. "No," he said aloud. And he could have sworn he saw Ryana's expression clouding for a moment, before it returned to its regal bearing. "But I want her to be." She stared at him. And then she stared at Missy. And without saying a word, she turned on her heel, revealing Leica tucked against her hair like a hairpin as she walked quickly to the back of the bar. He started up and trailed after her until they were both outside in the ill-lit parking lot, and the second the door was closed behind them, he yanked off its door handle so that no one could follow them out. The street in front of the bar had loud road noise from cars driving by, and he knew Ryana's would be among their number soon if he didn't manage to say the exact right thing. "Ryana, wait, please," he told her, as she strode over to the Bentley. She turned and leaned against it, crossing both her arms to take him in. "You have my attention for a brief moment, Wolf. Speak." He needed to tell her to run back home. If she and Baron had history, he needed her safe more than he needed to spew his feelings. "Never mind, Wings. You need to go home right away. It's not safe out here for you." "No?" she said. "Where is safe for me, then?" Her wings weren't currently out, but it wasn't hard for him to imagine them above her, arching. "Tell me what you were going to say, Wolf, before you decided to try to boss me again." He inhaled to yell at her to leave, then realized he didn't know when he'd be able to talk to her again after tonight. Maybe never. "Ryana," he began slowly. "I don't want to just be what we are." He paused and prayed for clarity. The night had been overcast so far, but he knew the waxing moon was up there somewhere behind the clouds, and he willed it to give him strength. "I'm sorry to change the rules on you, on us. When I started off, my intentions were good, but then, every time I was with you, why hadn't he spent the last few hours practicing this conversation instead of drinking?" He swallowed dry. "At first, I just wanted to protect you, to show you Earth and teach you. But who am I kidding? You don't need either of those things. You're plenty strong, and you already figured out how to drive." She frowned at him, and he felt like he was dying. But he kept going because he didn't know how to pull up. Then I figured out what I really wanted, Ryana, just to be by your side. To help you if you need helping, and to watch you in awe when you don't. To always be in your corner, and always have your back. "I already have wings on my back," she told him, her frown growing deeper. It's a metaphor. His stomach soured, and not because of all the whiskey he'd ingested. "What else?" she demanded. He shook his head lightly. "I don't have other things to offer you, Ryana. I know I don't deserve you. I don't think anyone truly could. But looking at you makes me feel like I'm running beneath the full moon on a clear night." He dared to take a step toward her. And like any good werewolf, I would follow my moon anywhere. He watched her waver, and he was sure it was real, not just a trick of the light. But then her eyes narrowed. "Which is why you're here and smell like lavender, no doubt." Her words slapped him, and he knew he deserved it. "No, I'm here failing to drink myself unconscious. Missy being here is just a coincidence." "I don't know that I believe you, Austin, seeing as I've scented her on you 3 times, she began, shaking her head. "There was a time when I might have believed you, yes? Are you full of good intentions, and do I like your words? Possibly, but," she said, and gave him a look of infinite pity. And the moon chose that moment to break through the clouds, so that he could see her absolutely clearly by its light. "When I look into my future, I don't see you in it." Austin inhaled to say something, anything, to ask for more time or another chance, but he was interrupted by Missy. She'd found someone strong enough to shoulder bump the door open for her, and she and another man tumbled out of the bar and onto the asphalt, laughing hysterically. Ryana looked down her nose at the pair of them. "Stay with her, Austin. She suits you," she said, and got into her car. "Oh my God, is that a Bentley here?" Missy said, coming to enough to register Ryana's vehicle as she put it in reverse. "No wonder you wanted to date her, Austin." "Never talk to me again," he growled at her, letting some of his wolf through, and the alcohol allowed the primal part of her to register that. Missy and the strange man both scooted back, realizing they were in danger, even if they couldn't have pinpointed why. "I mean it," he warned her, and then got into the Prius. Chapter 28. Austin didn't know where he was driving to. He was dangerously sober and entirely aware of what had just transpired. He'd told Ryana everything and gotten nothing in return. Worse than nothing. He'd been dismissed. Which is what he'd been afraid of this whole time. Somehow he'd managed to convince himself he had a chance, when in reality, no. She really was like the moon. Cold and indifferent. Just enough light to make you think you could find your way, but in reality, all she was doing was casting deeper shadows. He couldn't go home, she would be there, and everything would smell like her. But he couldn't go out to another bar and risk running into Missy again, or any of the other numerous women like her. So, when he found himself on the interstate driving to nowhere and his phone buzzed, he checked it, of course. It was a text from Dom. "Can you go out, or are you too broken?" He took his eyes off the road long enough to type back one word. Where? 20 minutes later, Austin was parked 2 spots down from Dominic's ridiculous Humvee at a rest stop. "I know you need serious shocks, man, but really?" he asked, slamming the door of the Prius shut behind him and walking over, just as an unexpected passenger emerged from Dom's ride. Baron. He got into the back of the vehicle without saying anything. All of Austin's muscles flexed in sinuous synchrony, as visions of killing Baron and taking his head home to Ryana on a platter as a peace offering danced in his mind. "You look a damn sight better than I thought you would," Dom said through the door the Kagaroth had left open. Austin knew if he killed Baron now, he'd cost Dominic $4 million, and he had no question that the Rhino shifter would, in turn, kill him. "Come on," Dom prompted, patting the seat. "Load up. The bird is on the move." "The bird?" Austin asked, grabbing hold of the door to pull himself inside the cab. Dominic's Humvee smelled like him, posh cologne with an undercurrent of zoo and gun oil. His Humvee looked much the same as Damien's tour bus, and Austin had no doubt there were weapons under every seat. The only thing that spoke kindly of its owner was a brave hula girl wobbling on his dash with an arm out, like she was waving at men gone off to war. "Yeah, they finally told me what they're after," Dominic said, giving him a grin and clapping his shoulder with a meaty hand. The sensation of it rippled painfully through all of Austin's bruises and his still-healing ribs. "I made him let you ride shotgun," Dominic laughed, and pulled his absurd vehicle back on the road.
Driving for the first time was hard enough. Driving while crying was harder. Tears made everything blurry, and Ryana was tempted to disobey speed limits so that the wind whipping by would dry them. If she drove fast enough, maybe she wouldn't be crying at all. She felt like rearranging her position in her hair to bring her beak to her ear. "Princess, are you well?" "No, Laika, I am not." Because everything that Austin had said had burned her like she'd opened the furnace door in her laboratory without her blast shield on. It had been so bright and white and felt so unreal that she'd been relieved when the stupid human girl had reappeared to eclipse him in all his horrific generosity of spirit, his intolerable kindness, naming her his moon, tantamount to admitting he was in love. Worse than mates even. At least with mates there was magic and fate involved. But love? Love you talked yourself into all on your own. Whoever said such things to anyone else, without looking to gain? Even Baron had not lied so fluidly as that. But Austin wasn't lying. That was how he actually felt, she knew. She could feel the honesty radiating from him like some sort of bumpkin peasant in a comedic play. Because who else got to admit their feelings without armor? People who had nothing to lose. Pathetic people. People who were weak. People who could let other people hurt them. And she was none of those. Not anymore. Not ever again. And that's why she was crying, she told herself. She wasn't hurt by Austin, by his earnest attempts to make her let him in. No, she was crying because once upon a time, she'd been the girl those words could have worked on. And now that girl was dead, and all there was for it was to mourn her. "I wish to be dressed in black, Laika," she told her guardian, and then looked down, and it was so.
"So, about this bird?" Austin asked, knowing full well that Dominic called all women birds because American women found his English accent charming and didn't realize it meant he'd forgotten their names. Dominic jerked his chin at the rear view. "I'll let the boss explain," he said. Austin glanced up and saw Baron's dark eyes narrowed and peering back. "We can trace her magical energy when it's present, but it hasn't been present for quite some time." Austin fought not to tense. Because the vast majority of the time, Ryana was safe inside Damien's castle. The Kagaroth leaned forward. "So, we need to make the most of it." "Where are we going?" Austin asked. Baron flashed a glowing blue object at him. "Don't know yet. She's on the move. We're following her. Head northeast, Dom. Sure thing. Dominic took a sudden turn at speed which made his hula girl shimmy. Austin pulled out his phone. Dominic, missing nothing, glanced over. Sorry, the old man buzzed, he explained. Look at you, all leashed, Dominic teased. Pays the bills, Austin muttered, swiping his screen on, quickly texting Jameson. I'm in a car with Dominic and the leader of the Kagaroth. They're tracking Ryana. Take control of her car and drive it home immediately. The 3 dots of Jameson's imminent response spun up. Bentley's not wired up for remote driving yet, no can do, followed by, need a team? Yes. Trace her phone, bring everyone. He ground his teeth together. What did it matter now? Even Damien. On it, Jameson texted back. So domestic, Dominic said with an eye roll as Austin put away his phone. I tell you I like the health insurance, but we both know I don't give a shit, Austin growled. He turned in the seat to allow himself to take Barron in like he hadn't been able to after the fight. He was shorter than Austin, but not by much, though his chest and shoulders were just as wide. What history did he have with Ryana? And just how fast could he wring it out of him? I'm surprised you made it out tonight, Barron said. You mean you're surprised your men didn't kill me? Austin corrected him. The thought of surging into the back seat and pummeling the other man until he confessed to whatever had hurt Ryana loomed large. But Dominic's presence stopped him again. How many of them are there? And where are they anyhow? My men will meet us there, Barron said without admitting to their number. We were out canvassing when we got the signal, and we're closest, but no one's going after her alone. She's much too dangerous for that. Austin grunted. As much as he hated the other man, he was right. Austin was surprised when they took the off-ramp for the forest. Out here? Why on earth would Ryana come here without him? Birds like nature, perhaps? Dominic shrugged, pulling onto the final dirt road that led in. There was no light except for the same half-full moon up above that had watched him get turned down in a parking lot. Austin got out of the Humvee and spotted Ryana's empty Bentley with the top down, parked by the trailhead. Before he could process that, 2 vans drove in. Their doors slid open, and armored Kagaroth poured out with boxes of supplies on their shoulders, and Barron began ordering them in his own tongue. Each team gets a net. No one goes out alone. You spot her, you signal the rest of us, then you take her down. She's dangerous. She'll kill you without a second thought, but we need her alive, so if you kill her, I'll kill you. Barron went from group to group, double-checking the signals on the blue glowing objects they each had, then returned to Dominic and Austin. These are for the 2 of you, he said, handing over what Austin realized now was some kind of magical compass. They'll help you find her. Austin swung the device around, but its blue glowing arrow was pointed straight into the woods. At Ryana. Austin looked between the compass and the moon. He knew the trails here like the back of his hand, or paw depending on the night. And Ryana's safety depended on him being the first to find her. He wouldn't be able to do that, though, as a human. But he wouldn't be able to hold the compass as a wolf. He stared into the darkness of the woods and felt something stirring inside of him. Not his wolf's familiar anticipation of running and hunt, but the knowledge that his mate was out there, and she needed his protection. And maybe because the moon was half out and he was chasing his moon, he felt her presence. No matter what she'd told him in the parking lot, they were still connected by a solitary silver thread that would, if it were real, glint beneath the moonlight. She'd never be able to hide from him again. Thanks, he said, putting the compass into his pocket, and then started to take off his shirt. If I see her, I'll howl." He undressed quickly, kicking his things to the side, and then felt the moonlight hitting his skin. Dominic knew what he was doing immediately. "This is why I wanted him along, see?" Austin heard the rhino shifter tell Baron as his wolf sprung out of him. Yeah, it hurt, and yeah, it tore. But like so many things in life, tattoos, childbirth, he'd been told, and love. He didn't know if this was true yet, but he did fucking hope. The pain was worth it. Once he was on the other side. He and his wolf didn't have any hang-ups like Damien and his dragon. For him, being his wolf was always thrilling. It washed away all of his problems with humanity. His wolf never had to pay bills or figure out what was for lunch or wonder if anyone else liked him. All he had to do was be himself and live in the now, now, now. He made a show of sniffing the air like he couldn't already scent her, then raced into the underbrush where he knew they couldn't follow. Other creatures of the night startled from his path. He wasn't worried about scaring them. Finding her was paramount. He lowered his head and bowled through the brush, feeling shrubbery scrape against his sides and face and leaf litter slide beneath his claws. He took a path on purpose that he knew the others wouldn't be able to follow. He had to get to her first. His mate. The urges and sensations he'd felt as a man were now so much more. Because his wolf didn't question itself, and it didn't live in denial. She was meant for him. Of course she was his, just as he was hers. And he wanted her. His wolf cared nothing for his human reality, his lies of a mission, or the way she just pushed him away. It had no doubts. It only knew want and desire and protect and live for her. Her light, mossy scent was even easier to follow now as a wolf, and he could hear her running from him up ahead. She probably heard him coming for the last quarter mile, and he couldn't help it. All he wanted to do was to see her again and be known, and he raced alongside her, up the side of a hill and past her until he could leap down in front of her in a clearing. She stopped with one hand to her chest, and the other with Leica the size of a vulture on her wrist as she held the red bird out like a weapon. She was dressed in all black, but the moon's light still hit her face, and she was breathtaking. He sat on his haunches to take her in, his jaw at the level of her chest. He licked his chops and whined before panting again, tongue out, muzzle open, in the way that made it easier for him to breathe all of her in, her light sweat and panic and oncoming anger. "Austin?" she asked quietly. He watched her eyes go wide by moonlight, frightened before recognizing him. "Austin!" she hissed. "Why are you here? You scared me." He went still and listened. He'd raced ahead of the others, but he knew with their compasses he wouldn't beat them for long. He rose up and took a step nearer her, and she took a step back, even though she knew it was him. Possibly because she knew it was him. But his wolf wasn't worried, even by that. He just went to his belly and crawled up to her, as though he were digging his way underneath the walls she'd erected around herself, until his head was at her feet, looking up. "What are you doing?" she asked him. She wasn't running anymore, but he couldn't read her in the moonlight. He rose up slowly, running his head beneath her free hand. "No, I will not pet you," she said, making to cross her arms again, when he nipped her wrist, biting it without breaking the skin. "Austin!" she said, turning his name into a curse. He growled in warning, hoping she would keep her voice down as he tugged her forward. She'd already been going the right direction on accident. They just needed to keep taking this trail on purpose, but they had to hurry. "This isn't funny," she said. Laika had hopped onto the top of his head, her claws digging into his scalp as she clamped her beak on his ear in retaliation when they all heard the sound of a distant twig breaking, followed by a second one, and a man shouting a direction. Ryana gasped quietly, then put her hand over her mouth. "Is that why you're here?" she mouthed to Austin, rather than breathe it. He let go of her wrist and urged her on, running the side of his body against her thigh in the direction she should go. "Laika, to me," she whispered, and followed him. He jogged as fast as it was safe for her to travel down the trail. They had to get to their destination before any of the men, but it was dark, and for all her draconic traits, Ryana was not meant for moonlight. He had to bite back a whine of worry any time she stumbled, but using magic to light their path would as good as announce them. She started to put her hand on his back to guide her, and it was all he could do to not lean into it, wishing she would stroke it down the length of him. And then she lost her footing again and used it to hold on. He wound himself around her in an instant, so that she fell against him and not the ground, as she caught her breath, both arms braced against his side. He lay down again in front of her, nuzzling her thigh with his muzzle, hoping that she would understand. She did. "Won't I hurt you?" He thumped his head against her leg and stared at her. "No, I guess not," she whispered to herself, and then grabbed hold of the fur over each of his shoulders and straddled him. There was no dignified way to do it. A wolf was not a horse, no matter how large, and she had no saddle besides. So Ryana was just lying across his broad back with her arms wrapped around his throat, clinging with her thighs and knees. Her heels dug along his sides, but he could travel faster and safer this way, and all he had to do was clear another half-mile. He could have been worried about the oncoming threat or how he would manage to get back out again alone. But while his wolf was cunning, it was also exuberant. Feeling his mate pressed against him, trusting in him as he kept her safe. Was there anything else in the world more pure? The trail he was running on ended, opening out to a rocky beach about 100 feet from the edge of the lake he hadn't shown her in the rain. "Oh no," he heard her whisper as he pulled up short, not bounding out into the open flatness between them and the water's edge. He could see faint dots of glowing blue to their right. A group of Kagaroth he hadn't accounted for had come in from the park's far entrance, much closer to this side. "We're near," shouted one of them, urging on the others. "Why did you bring us here? To be trapped?" she asked him, sliding off of his back to land quietly on her feet, one hand still wrapped in his fur. He looked out at the water and whined. He knew that Damien could use water like mirrors for transport, and tonight was a still night. The moon's reflection on the lake's surface was perfect, until one of the oncoming Kagaroth picked up a rock and threw it in with a plunk. Austin nudged her sideways, into the trees beside the trail, before shaking himself free of her and sliding out into the darkness. He'd fought 4 of them as a human and survived, perhaps because they hadn't been allowed to kill him. Now it was time for him to take on 4 of them as a wolf. The fur of his belly dragged along the rocky shore, its mottled browns and blacks serving him in good stead. He probably looked like an aggregation of larger stones that wind and time hadn't chipped down. He slunk in parallel to them as they headed for Ryana, excitedly following their compass until he'd circled around behind them and he could see their backs. They were covered in that stupid armor, but he would have the element of surprise, and as a wolf, he was double any of their individual weights. He rose up and raced at them, and they heard him, But by the time they turned around, he'd already leapt on the closest one's back, knocking him to the ground and grinding him sideways so that the eye holes of his helmet filled up with gritty rocks. He sprang off of that one's back, rammed his full weight into another side and heard a knee pop and break, and then whipped his muzzle around to snarl at the remaining two, before jumping forward and taking the next nearest man down, twisting his head to grab the man's helmet inside his jaw, crushing it with an impossibly strong bite as the man inside screamed and blood poured out. By then the last one was running and shouting in panic, straight for the trail where he'd hidden Ryana. Austin raced after him, and it was clear he was going to catch up, when Laika flew out heading straight for the man's chest, looking like a blood-colored comet, changing up to the size of bird that had threatened Austin that first ill-fated night in Ryana's bed. Her talons pierced the man's chest easily, before lifting him up in the air with two strong wing beats and shaking him as he screamed until he was dead. Austin scanned their surroundings and made out more flickering blue lights heading for their location. He ran for Ryana's side. He had to get her to the water now. Then, he heard a familiar howl traveling across the park. "Zach!" He held back, urging his brother to hurry as he reached Ryana. Laika had hopped away from the man she'd killed to finish off the others he'd downed. Austin grabbed Ryana's wrist and tugged, and she ran alongside him toward the water, the rocks of the beach sifting loudly beneath her feet. "I've got her! I see her!" Kagaroth started reporting in as Laika flew back to protect Ryana, downsizing to circle warily overhead. They reached the water's edge, and he willed her to understand, as Kagaroth began pouring out of the woods and running for them, the moonlight glinting off of the weapons and nets they held evilly. Laika sized up again as the first one tossed its net at them, diving aside to caw her defiance as the others approached. And then one of the Kagaroth shouted, "Ryana!" Austin heard her catch her breath, as Laika wove and dove as she was able, dodging their attacks, stopping their thrown weapons, trying to protect her mistress at all costs. "Ryana, come here," Baron called for her, as Laika killed another Kagaroth, and Austin felt the water at his feet. If he backed up much more, he'd make too many ripples. He knew the water needed to be flat and smooth for magic to work. "You're still mine, Ryana," Baron shouted. "And we both know it." Austin fought down his anger at the other man, his wolf's urge to kill and tear, and he whined instead, running his muzzle up the outside of Ryana's thigh, begging her to release whatever hold Baron had on her and realize that escape was close. And then, there were too many of them, too many nets, too much magic, and Laika shrieked a warning before looking back, not at Ryana, but at him. And he knew in the manner of beasts what it was she wanted done. He watched Laika splinter herself into 100 smaller birds, a whole flock of them swirling and attacking, providing perfect cover as he rounded in front of Ryana and shoulder bumped her into the lake. She screamed in surprise and frustration as she fell into the water and, thanks to Laika, disappeared without a splash. He caught a glimpse of her room in the water, and then the lake was just a lake again, reflecting only the moon. By the time Austin's attention returned to Laika, she was bound up in netting and the Kagaroth were congratulating one another. On what? Then Dominic was there, and Austin realized that he'd assumed wrong. They really had been after the bird, the actual bird, all this time. One of the Kagaroth put his hand on the netting that held Laika and pulled a line down through the net like he was undoing a zipper. And eerie rift light poured through, He took the ball of netting containing Leica and stepped into the light, then zipped it up behind him. Austin sat back on his haunches, stunned. He knew Ryana was safe, but Leica had just been kidnapped.
Chapter 29. Ryana was unceremoniously dumped onto her bedroom floor, still dressed in black, and now freezing. She whirled to look at the mirror behind her and saw nothing but the surface of the lake and the moon. And as she ran bodily back toward it, it went black, and she only barely stopped herself before crashing into its glass. "Leica?" She looked around the room and felt the looseness of her hair. "Leica!" Leica was back there, with Austin. Surely he would look out for her, and she for him. She knelt in front of the mirror and waved her hands at it with magical power, wanting to see them. But the forest she'd just left was dark, and there had been nothing reflective in it but the water, which of course she wouldn't be able to see them in. But surely everything was fine. It had to be. But the longer she waited to hear news of them, the worse things felt. Not having Leica near her for the first time in almost her entire life, it felt like she'd lost part of herself. Her guardian's steady companionship had gotten her through so much that she couldn't imagine living without her. "Leica?" Ryana whispered to the mirror and cast her powers out again, but there was no response. "Grim?" she asked, and her brother's cat appeared. He took one look at her and bounded into her lap. She was still casting out with her magic an hour later, with Grim nearby, when she heard her name bellowed from the lower level of the house. "Ryana!" She ran out of her bedroom and flew down the stairs, Grim racing by her side. Damien stood in the house's foyer, and she flung herself at him. He caught her and held her tight, smoothing back her hair. "Are you all right?" Ryana looked up at him, and then at everyone else who came in the door one by one, each of them somber. Jameson, Mills, Max, Zach, and Andy. Grim inspected each of them in turn. "Where's Leica?" Damien glowered down at her. Angry not at her, she knew, but the situation. "Is she not with you?" "No." He made a low rumbling sound in his chest, one which Grim picked up and made as well, a much larger sound than should have been possible from a cat his current size. "Where is she, then?" "She sent me home through the lake." Ryana pointed up the stairs to her bedroom and the mirror, but her hand trembled. Was this place really home? Could any place be without her guardian? "She and Austin were fighting the Kagaroth, and there were so many of them. Did you see them?" Damien's frown only grew. "No," he said, and looked to Zach. "Austin's second howl sent us away." "He said you were safe, and that we needed to leave," Zach said. "I'm sure of it." "Then, where is he? And where is Leica?" she asked. Grim yowled concern at Damien as Zach started pacing. "Surely they're with each other," the other werewolf said. Everyone else started talking amongst themselves, but Ryana could only hear the sound of her own blood rushing in her ears, like she was submerged beneath a waterfall. How could she survive without Leica at her side? Who would watch out for her? Who could she trust? And then the front door opened one more time, revealing Austin. She disengaged from Damien's arms to run for him, but she knew just by looking at his face that he hadn't brought Leica back. "Where is she?" she still had to ask, because she needed to hear him say the words. "Ryana," he began, holding up his empty hands, as Grim shifted himself to be hip height beside her, staring the werewolf down, a Siamese cat the size of a tiger. But before Grimalkin could attack, she threw herself at Austin, pummeling his chest with her fists and not caring that his ribs were barely healed. "Where is she? What did you let happen to her? How could you?" He stood there, implacable, as she took all of her frustrations out at him, until she was sobbing in her grief and hitting him just because she didn't know what else to do or how to act. "Ryana," he tried again, setting his hands on her shoulders, but she shook him off and stepped back. "What happened?" Damien demanded from behind her, as she sagged into Grimalkin's furry side. "The Kagaroth weren't here for you, Ryana," Austin answered her, and not her brother. "They were here for Leica, all along." They wound her up in some sort of magical netting, and then took her away through a rift. Where? She demanded. I didn't get to see through it to the other side. He looked to Jameson for confirmation. We did register a small rift, but then it healed itself, and it didn't trigger a conjunction. A conjunction? Austin asked. Ryana blew past his concern. She's gone? The words were like rocks in her throat. Like his absence explained why she felt so hollow, why her heart ached, why her eyes burned. Austin reached for her. Grimalkin growled, but she stepped back. Don't you dare touch me. Wings, he said, in an apologetic tone, and then Damien stepped in. And whose amazing idea was it to not inform me that there were Kagarath on Earth? He asked, twisting to include their full assembly. Ryana closed her eyes. Once again, everything was her fault, and she had no one else to blame, and this time, instead of costing her her pride, it had cost her her only friend. Mine, Austin said. Ryana felt Damien's hand on her shoulder, gently moving her aside. And why the fuck would you do that? He asked the werewolf. Austin met his gaze with equal steel. You know why. Damien's jaw ground as his nostrils flared. Get out of my house. Damien, Andy said, running up to put a hand on his arm. He endangered my sister, Andy. And all of the rest of you, Damien said, looking at everyone else, daring them to question him. One by one, their gazes flickered to her, to see what she would say, if she was going to tell her brother the truth, or just let Austin hang there. And what she wanted more than anything else in the world, apart from Lyca's safe return, was for that to be true. It could be. Should be Austin's fault, because the thought that it was hers alone was just too much to bear. I'm not letting you kick him out, Damien, Andy said, in a tone that was clearly used to being listened to. No, I need to go. It's better this way, Austin said, shrugging off Andy's concern. He gave Ryana one last look that said everything. How sorry he was he'd hurt her, and how sorry he was she'd hurt him. And then he was out the door, with Zach running after. Damien stared after him for a time, fuming, with Grimalkin at his side in complete agreement. And Ryana knew if Damien so much as moved, Grimalkin would bound out and bring the werewolf down. But while angry, her brother was not cruel, which was good. It meant he wouldn't hate her later, when he found losing Lyca was her own fool fault. Andy looked back at her. Are you going to be all right, Ryana? She stood there, feeling empty, inside and out. She didn't belong in the realms. She didn't belong here. And there was no one she belonged by. I don't think so. Andy let go of Damien to wrap her arm around her shoulders and pull her away. Come on, Ryana. Let's go sit down. Andy pulled her through the castle until they wound up in one of its libraries, which somehow, even paneled in dark wood, managed to be warm and inviting. There were leather couches and chairs with just the right amount of wear to be comfortable. The red rug on the floor was a little scuffed, and perhaps most importantly, it had a small sink and hot tap in the corner to facilitate making tea. Andy put Ryana in a chair and then went to make her some. Soon the scent of brewing Earl Grey filled the room, and the human returned with Ryana's favorite. Ryana realized with a little shame she couldn't even return the favor if she wanted to. She had no idea which kind of tea the dark-haired girl liked. Don't think I don't know what you're doing, Ryana told her, as Andy offered her the mug. What's that? Andy asked, sitting nearby. Ryana frowned down at her reflection in the tea.
Being nice to me on purpose. I know that it's your job.
When she next looked up, she caught Andy giving her a lopsided grin. That's what you think my job is? Andy inquired, clearly trying not to laugh. Yes, Ryana said, frowning harder. You go to work and are nice to people, by keeping them alive. Ah, well, I'm not always nice, Andy confessed. Sometimes I get to pull off Band-Aids really fast. Ryana knew Andy was teasing. She could see it glittering in her eyes, but she wasn't in on the joke. Again. I don't think I know what a Band-Aid is. Andy gently took the mug from Ryana's hands and put it on the floor beside their feet. Ryana, can I tell you something that I tell my patients' visitors a lot in a professional capacity? Ryana sighed. I suppose, as long as you charge my brother for the pleasure. Oh, he'll pay, no doubt, Andy said before continuing. But really, Ryana, it's this. It is not your fault. Ryana took a deep inhale. The presumption of this human. The only thing standing between Andy right now and certain death was the fact that she was mated to her brother and that Laika was gone. Otherwise, if someone else had treated her like that, back in the palace, she'd have had her bird go and snap their neck. Of course it wasn't her fault. Everything that had happened to her, except for all the times it incontrovertibly was. Because if she'd never fallen for Baron, Laika would still be here. And maybe she and Laika would be back in their palace still, where they belonged. And people would be forced to be nice to her, and she would feel safe knowing that they were nice to her because they had to be, not for all the reasons Austin played along. That's it? All you have to tell me? Ryana felt her eyebrows crawl up her forehead. She gestured behind herself blindly. They're all out there planning retribution, while I've been relegated to take advice from a mere human, and that's all you've got? It's not my fault, she said, making fun of Andy's tone. Yep, Andy said, with a soft nod. I know how you and your brother were raised, Ryana. He's told me enough stories. All of that shit was not your fault. And anything happening now because of that shit? Same fucking same. I have agency, human, she snarled. I know it. I've seen it. But I've also seen this before, so many times, she said, before biting her lips and looking at Ryana. If you can't stop whipping yourself over whatever it is you think you've done, you're not going to heal. And neither are the people that you care about. You're not God, Ryana. You can't predict everything. And you made the best decisions you could in the past. I know you're a good person. And I know you'd never do anything cruelly wrong. Mostly. For the realm's versions of that, at least. Andy reached over and caught her hands. Ryana frowned at the familiarity of the gesture, but didn't pull away. It's just that sometimes bad things happen anyhow, despite all our best efforts. And then you have to choose whether or not to live in the past or to work toward the future. And what if you don't have a future anymore? She asked. It would explain why living in her past was so much more comfortable. Then you make one, and you let us help you. Ryana looked down at the ground as Andy squeezed her hands tight. She could finally understand why this was the other woman's profession, and why there was nothing like it in the realms. You're not alone, Ryana, okay? I know it may feel like that, especially now, but you're really not. Grimalkin bounded in and jumped up on her lap as if to agree with Andy, and Damien came in shortly after. Ryana shook herself free of Andy's grip and composed herself as a princess should. Mills told me the truth, Rye, Damien said, dragging another chair over. Don't be mad, she couldn't help herself. He took a long moment, studying her. Did they hunt Laika in the realms as well? She closed her eyes tightly. Even more humiliating than the thought of her being kidnapped for ransom was the thought that Baron had only gotten close to her because of her guardian. Yes, she admitted. Not that long ago, when things began to splinter. At the time, I thought they were after me. Now, though, I realized they were always after her. Her brother suddenly seemed 3 sizes larger as he loomed with concern. Did they hurt you? Nothing but my pride. She'd heard Baron's voice in the woods tonight. She was sure of it. She hadn't even managed to kill him right. And if she had, Laika might still be here. And are you going to apologize to Austin? Andy asked him. Damien made a grumbling sound, echoed quickly by Grimalkin in Ryana's lap. Cut that out, you two, she tisked. Ryana had no idea how her brother had found someone who was both willing to put up with him and who was strong enough to do so, and Damien looked to her for a response. I would appreciate the space, if it's all right. He nodded. I warned Austin once that I would always take your side. I meant it.
Thank you. She inhaled deeply and then let the breath go. What's next?
I'm not sure. Obviously, we don't want the Kagaroth causing a conjunction. But if we don't know where they are, or what they're doing with Leica, I'm not sure that we can stop them. We'll warn the other wardens accordingly, but Austin was wrong to howl us away tonight.
Damien's mood darkened like their fathers used to, taking up space in the room around them, just like an oncoming storm.
I should have changed and flown in.
Andy tilted her head and gave him a pointed look. Austin wouldn't have wanted you to change unless you absolutely had to. His eyes narrowed.
But if I had changed, we might know where Leica is.
Ryana scooted Grimalkin down and stood. Don't worry, Andy. Beating ourselves up is a familial trait. I'd noticed, Andy said, also standing, giving her a soft smile before taking Damien's arm. Come on, Dragon. I'm jet-lagged, and we didn't even use a jet. And despite knowing that the world might explode in terrors at any moment, Damien smiled at Andy as though she were the sun and the moon and all the stars in the sky. Watching them together set something that was not pretty seething inside Ryana's stomach. She didn't want to destroy what they had. Truly, for her brother, she only wanted good things. But she also didn't want to have to see how much she was missing, especially knowing that she was going to be going up to her bedroom alone for the first time, ever since she was a small child. Good night, Ryana, Andy called back when they were halfway across the room. We'll see you tomorrow. Ryana looked down at Grim, winding around her ankles in concern. I suppose that just leaves us then, she told him, and much to her relief, he followed her.
Chapter 30. Zach had flung a key card to Blackwood Industries' penthouse suite into his car before he'd been able to get away. So Austin knew he had a place to stay, he just didn't want to go there. He drove down from the Briars at speed, putting the Prius through its paces and then zoomed off into the night, using all of his shifter senses to keep him safe while he barely paid attention to any traffic rules. After he'd feathered the Prius's brakes to briefly acknowledge a third red light, he heard the sound of sirens coming up behind him. Fuck. Given the choice between spending the night in jail for going 105 in a 25 zone versus Damien's penthouse suite, he definitely would have chosen the latter. The red and blue lights approached in his rear view and he pulled over, knowing that he'd been caught. How much worse could tonight actually get? Then the cop, on a motorcycle, blazed past him, lights still flashing, racing after someone else. He pulled back onto the road and kept driving, this time at a more reasonable speed. The relief he felt at not getting a ticket was just a drop in an ocean of pain. It changed nothing, really. Nothing could. 3 blocks later, he found what the cop had been flying toward. There was a car in the middle of an intersection. It had been hit and had flipped over. Whatever had hit it was gone. There were other cars stopped nearby with horrified drivers milling about, unsure of what to do. Austin parked his car and strode up, his boots crunching on glass, and the cop that had just passed him looked back at him. "Stay back," the cop warned. Austin held both hands up. "I used to be a paramedic," he explained. "Anything I can do?" The cop's eyes were shadowed by his motorcycle helmet. "Not unless you've got a jaws of life on you," the cop said. "No," Austin said, but walked up to the wreck nonetheless. He crouched down and looked in where an elderly woman was trapped, moaning, half dangling from the ceiling. There was no way to get her out. The ceiling of the car was half collapsed on her. "The guy who did it just drove off," one of the onlookers was telling the cop, who was busy tapping the radio on his shoulder and calling something in. Austin gave a quick look around, noticed no one was watching him, and went for the door. Metal whined as it slid over metal, forced open by his shifter strength, enough for him to get inside and hit the seatbelt button, catching the woman as she fell to pull her out. "How did you do that?" the policeman asked him, disbelievingly. The door hinge must have broken in the crash, he said, carefully laying the woman straight. He didn't smell any gasoline, and he heard the sounds of distant sirens. Real paramedics would be here shortly. In the chaos that followed as a fire truck pulled in, he went back to his car, wheeled it around, and drove away, thinking the whole time as he headed for Blackwood Industries' skyscraper. He'd probably just helped save someone's grandma. And that should actually make him feel good. Only it didn't. Because what good was saving other people if he couldn't save his relationship with his mate?
Ryana tossed and turned that first night and the next, and while Grim tried to be helpful, she couldn't always understand what he wanted, and she knew he was just a stand-in anyhow. There were no more rifts, according to Mills and Jameson, and she knew there was always the chance that Baron had just taken Leica back home, never to be seen again. She contemplated going back to the realms herself, through a mirror, but if Leica couldn't come to her, her chances of being able to find the bird and free her there were small. And she couldn't ask Damien for help if Baron was on the cusp of causing a conjunction. Their conference room had become a war room, and Damien had had Grim line it with mirrors so all the wardens could coordinate. Zach was embroiled in gathering funding and shipping supplies. Max was creating contingency plans. Jameson was monitoring the entire planet, it seemed. Mills was warding munitions and teaching other wardens rift-closing spells. Even Andy was helping by keeping Damien sane as he paced and prepared, his dragon just beneath the surface. Because it had been all hands on deck ever since their first night back from their vacation. For everyone else. Just not her. Andy did check in on her, and she ignored the rules of the door color, knocking once or twice a day even if Ryana's door was red, as she'd kept it ever since Austin had gone. But she was easy enough to put off, even if Ryana did appreciate the offers of company and food. It was despicably kind of her to keep trying, and Ryana wondered when exactly she'd give up. And it occurred to her that maybe she should be rooting for the conjunction to actually happen, just as something, anything, to put her out of her misery when she went into her laboratory again. Out of habit, really, nothing else. She'd let one furnace quench, and only left the other on enough to heat the progenitor. She rapped on its box, and heard the creature inside tap in the same rhythm back, then sat down atop it like she used to, and picked up her notebook from where she'd last set it down. She'd lied to Austin. She'd never written her final entry on him, about their last time in his bed. She held the notebook in her hands, knowing everything that had happened to her since her time on Earth began was inside of it, including everything with him. Every touch, every feeling, every hope. And she knew at the time she'd been using it to hide her feelings, even from herself. They were safer from a distance, colder on a page. So she didn't dare open it. It would only make her ache. But as she shifted the notebook in her hands, the corner of a piece of paper poked out. She tugged it free and realized what it was. An envelope from Austin. His letter of intent. Her first instinct was to protect herself, crumple it up, and throw it into the low furnace behind her to slowly burn to ash. But seeing his handwriting on the outside, announcing that it was a letter, and then opening the silly thing to find the slip of paper stating, "Of intent, Austin," inside. Was he still intent on her now, she wondered? Probably. What a horrible fate it would be to be mated to someone who didn't want you back. And what a worse fate still to be mated to someone who maybe did, but couldn't show it. She spread the notebook flat upon her lap and started reading, from the very first page.
By his third day in hiding, Austin had demolished the Blackwood Industry penthouse's extensive bar. But all the alcohol in the world couldn't make him forget he'd been rebuffed by Ryana. Repeatedly. It was ironic that he could heal up from almost everything, barring actual decapitation. And yet there was nothing he could do about the wound she'd created when she'd pulled herself out of his life. The penthouse's alcohol actually didn't cut it. It just applied a thin layer of numbness over the pain, like the skin on a cold gravy. irreparably damaged by thinking too hard. So he did his best not to. He read every book in the penthouse, even though they'd all clearly been supplied in bulk by CEOs R Us when the place had been outfitted, and there wasn't a single crack in any of their spines. He was a slow reader, and they weren't that entertaining, but they were words, a trickle of life left by somebody else, like a trail of breadcrumbs to another world where it was still worth breathing. While he read, he had the TV turned on, so the rooms didn't feel so empty. It had been a long time since he'd been this alone. Even though he was on the top floor of a busy skyscraper, he had no connection to any of the people working below, despite the fact that they all knew Damien by name. A maid or a secretary, he wasn't sure which, delivered food outside his door 3 times a day, and he did his best not to ever run into them. And at night, he looked at the moon. It was hard to avoid. His wolf felt its time coming nearer. He could sense when the moon rose and when it set, and the penthouse had floor-to-ceiling windows all around. There were ways to smoke the glass in the bedroom by twisting dials, but he never wanted to. If he could, he would sleep beneath the moon all night. And one night he went out and up to the roof where the helicopter pad was, just to feel it beaming down. He walked to the edge and looked at the distant ground below. The wind whipping through the cables for the assorted antenna and windsocks sounded like a siren song, summoning him to jump. And it would have been lying to say he didn't want to. Then he had the wisdom to look up. It was 3 nights out from the full moon, and so she was grand above him, and all his thoughts of falling were forgotten, replaced by the urge to fly. Too bad he'd lost his wings. But he lay down on the cold cement and watched the moon glitter down and felt its light start to heal him. And when he used Zach's gold card to let himself back into the building an hour later, he felt slightly more whole. He walked down the stairs, down the now familiar carpeting, and through an unexpected scent, like clean water, green leaves, and the soft moss of the forest floor. Half of him rose up to attention, springing up in hope, while the other, wiser half of him reeled back. He didn't want Ryana to hurt him more, and he didn't want her to lie to him either, because every single fucking thing she'd said had been true. He'd known they didn't belong together ever since he'd first seen her. It just hadn't stopped him from trying. He looked to the end of the hallway, at the elevator's polished, mirror-like doors, and wondered if she was watching him through them. He went into the penthouse, to the office suite where all the books were, grabbed a black marker and took it back outside to write "Red" in big, thick letters on the door. He opened the door for his dinner the next day, and beneath the hearty smell of the roasted vegetables and filet mignon the secretary left out for him, he scented someone far, far more delectable. Wings, he muttered to himself, glancing up at the penthouse door. Sometime that afternoon, an intrepid cleaner had attempted to wipe his red away, and had instead made it ominous and blurry, like half of murder spelled backwards in a horror movie. He sighed, picked his tray up, and wondered just how long she'd keep trying, and what her trying even meant. She had his phone number, like everyone else in the castle. Mills and Andy texted him every day, and Zach visited occasionally, just to make sure he was still alive. So she had to know he was doing all right, if she could be bothered to ask anyone. The next day he woke up late, worked out, took a shower, and walked with a towel wrapped around his waist to pick up his lunch in the hall. And on his way there he found the corner of a green notebook tucked under his door. He pulled it free. He didn't recognize it or the handwriting inside, but he knew it had to be Ryana's. It was written in the realm's language, and he could feel Mills's magic working in his mind to translate it as he began to read her flourished handwriting on the very first page. Ryana Blackwood's notebook. Woe be to unauthorized eyes. Return at all costs, or utterly destroy on event of her death. And here he'd been thinking she'd been keeping a diary. Hopefully his eyes were authorized. He flipped the page and found a surprising, gorgeous, fist-sized, anatomically correct drawing of a heart. Austin set the notebook down and got dressed quickly. Zach's abominable suits were the only clothing stored here, so he was forced to wear slacks and a dress shirt he didn't bother to button as he returned to the couch. His food outside forgotten. He flipped through pages of her delicate handwriting as he slowly read. They swung from personal memoirs to academic thoughts. One page, she was missing her home. The next was full of her feelings about whether or not Andy was good enough for Damien. And the one after that was an overview of the 3 different ways Mills might be using magic to move her hair, each one with their own separate prescriptions, almost. Like a kind of algebra, a separate language all its own. Annotations that even his magically amplified mind couldn't understand. The entire notebook was like that. She dissected her feelings with the same precision that she considered her magic, and then used her drawings to illustrate them both. The pages spent in supposition on Mills's hair were edged with curlicues of it that looked lifelike enough to writhe off the page. There were illustrations for the furnaces she ran or the glasswork she'd had Leica create for her, so crisp they looked real life. And 2 whole pages showed one of Leica's wings, apparently drawn without any cause because they were unlabeled. The detail was so incredible, it made him gasp. This was why she was so interested in the tattoos he had, clearly. He'd caught her looking at them more than once. He'd assumed she wasn't used to the idea of tattoos, but now he realized she just wanted to see the art more clearly. All this time, all of this was in her, and he had never known. He was more convinced than ever that she was right. He needed to stay away. It didn't matter how much he wanted her when he knew there was nothing as deep to him as this, that his whole life could fit on a single page. Then, he got to the part where she started thinking about him. Not him, really, not at first. He was right, it could have easily been someone like him interchangeably. I lay awake again last night. There's no use closing my eyes when I'm not interested in sleep. I don't know what I want instead, though. I just feel hollow. Is that a real feeling? Or is that just how I am? I don't think I know. But I don't like it. Not long after that, there was a page on which it was clear she was about to make a decision. She'd created 4 columns, 2 for her, 2 for him, and they each had their own yeses and nos. Under his yes was a running list of things she apparently found pleasant about him: strong, loyal, kind. And underneath his no was the word wolf, strongly underlined 3 times. He laughed. Whereas for her, the reasons he'd say yes to her when she proposed what she proposed: beautiful, curious, smart, and beneath her no only barren. Austin's hand tightened on the page. He should have killed the Kagaroth when he'd had the chance. His own safety be damned. It didn't matter if he wasn't going to be with Ryana anymore. She just deserved to live freely. And the rest of her notebook only reinforced his beliefs as she slowly opened up. On a page with a close-up of an eye, gleaming with glitter and magic, heavily lined, just like the women from the strip club. Every time I catch him looking at me, he looks a moment too long. Why does he do that? What does it mean? What does he gain by staring? Above a careful drawing of a poison ivy leaf that she'd also labeled "Do Not Touch." We both got rained on today. It was lovely. The candy on Earth is very good. I wish to be caught in the rain again. On a page that had a comparison of a Kagaroth's helmet to a predator's face, he thinks I am a virgin. Considering what happened with Baron, I wish I was. Is it possible to erase your past? Perhaps that will be my next potion. The next page he turned to, he saw himself. She'd drawn him well enough that it could have been a reference for a tattoo. Not that anybody had any business getting his face on them, but it had that charisma that good artwork had to it. Like she'd somehow managed to capture a little piece of his soul. There was no rain this time, and it was still good, was the caption beneath it. And he ran his finger over her words. After that came pages and pages of magical annotations. And then a drawing of her new car. She'd taken her time in shading it, till it looked like it gleamed, and titled it with just one word: freedom. And then more of her science and experiments, but up in the corner of a page she'd sketched one of his boots. Much like him, it didn't belong there, but it was on her mind nonetheless. Then the words on the next page faded away halfway down, becoming waves. No, rumpled sheets like on her bed that night when she'd first let him in. And several pages after that, 2 hands entwined. One was clearly his and one was clearly hers, like when he'd held her hand in his above her belly. And he had to flip the page quickly because it was breaking his heart. There wasn't much after that. Just more magical science and then empty pages. So much of her life without him yet to come. He heard a soft knock at his door. "Austin?" He looked up. The day had faded around him. It was evening now, and he was stiff from sitting still so long, and clearly hearing things because... He set the notebook aside and took a deep breath. Another gentle tap. "Austin, I didn't mean it." He stood without thinking, like he was compelled, and walked for the door, opening it without undoing the metal security latch. Ryana was outside, dressed simply for her, in a high-necked red top and a loose, knee-length navy skirt. He wondered what she did for clothing now that Laika was gone, and frowned. At seeing him frown, she licked her lips and looked down. "Were you not hungry?" she asked, trying to tease, as she looked down at the lunch and dinner trays near her feet. He ignored this tack. "Ryana, why are you here?" "I thought you'd be happier to see me," she said, daring to look up. Part of him was. The part of him that she was everything to. The part he'd spent the past 5 days trying to drink into oblivion and block off with other people's words revivified, attempting to claw out of his chest like a zombie. But the rest of him was glad they'd left the door latch shut. If just seeing 3.5 inches of her did this to him, he knew he wouldn't be able to control himself if they were in the same room. "I didn't mean it, Austin," she said again. "Which part?" "The part where I was mean to you. You didn't deserve that. Assuming there's not some lavender-scented brunette in there right now with you, that is." "There's 3 of them, so you should go," he said, summoning all of his fortitude to close the door. She put her hand out, stopping him. "We both know that's not true." And then she let go. It would be up to him. He pushed the door shut and leaned against it on his side with his eyes closed. He couldn't live with himself if he opened it up. But he also couldn't live with himself if he pushed her away. He opened his eyes, and the rising moon loomed large in the penthouse's windows as if taunting him. He swung the latch over and pulled the door open. "Come in."
Chapter 31. Ryana stepped over the trays of neglected food in the hallway and walked inside, following him toward a couch that faced out over all of downtown, with a fantastic view of the moon. She perched on a cushion, ankles crossed, as he went behind a bar and returned with 2 full glasses. "Sorry, it's water. After a few days, Zach cut me off." He gave one to her, and then walked to the window and leaned against it, so that it looked like the moon was rising by his side. "I don't mind," she said, taking a polite sip, leaving a wisp of her lipstick behind. Her notebook was just 2 cushions away on the couch, and of course he'd read it. He'd had to. "I didn't mean to intrude. Although officially, you should know that someone painted over the red on your door this morning, and so technically that meant you could be green," she said, her voice drifting as she shrugged carefully and gave him the world's most fragile smile. It bounced off of him completely. "Ryana, you know you're not wrong, right?" She tensed. "About what?" "How you don't see me in your future. It's because I'm not there." He considered her from a safe distance, and it was hard to read his face. "You said I was your moon," she said quietly, more to herself than to him. "I did, and you are. But I had a chance to reflect on things here alone, Ryana," he said, sweeping his tongue across his teeth. "And I still think you were right." "I see." She set her drink down on the table beside the couch and folded her hands into her lap. "I read your notebook, Wings. I know you care, even if you don't know how to let anyone else know that you do. And I think that that's what I meant to be for you. That you were right. Maybe I am the man you practice on, so that next time you do this, you're not scared." Every one of Ryana's instincts kicked in. A lifetime's worth of disappointments and experiences burbled up, remembering everyone who'd betrayed and left her, her so-called friends who'd only tolerated her to be near the throne, Damien's abandonment. Even though he'd had to, it still hurt. And culminating in Baron, a man she couldn't even be trusted to kill properly. And yet somehow this was worse. Each of his words hit her like a piece of the glass she wanted to pick up and throw across the room at him. She wanted to whip her wings out to shield herself from him, and let them take his blows instead, even if it meant leaving here in tatters, because it would be easier to heal their leather than her soul. "I understand what that's like, Ryana," he went on. "I'm scared too." "Of what?" she asked him venomously, only wanting to strike back. He stared her down as if he was soaking her in. "Of the moment that you realize you're too good for me." "I already do." The words leapt to mind in both languages, so ready to bounce right off her tongue. If Laika wasn't around to protect her, then it was up to her to protect herself. But then she looked at him, and her anger wavered. Everyone else in her life may have deserved it, but he didn't. Not yet. She roughly exhaled. "What if I promise that that won't be tonight?" she asked him. She watched him hold his breath, and then hold out his hand. She stood, crossing the room to him, her spiky heels sinking into the plush carpeting beneath her feet. She put her hand in his first, and let him pull her close to stand against him as he wrapped his other arm around her, feeling the heat of his body against hers, and the chill of his glass brushing against her upper arm. His shirt was open, and she liked that. Liked feeling the give of his chest hair against her cheek, like it was trying to stop her from coming too close, and then relenting, giving up, because close was where she belonged, and he was stupid for thinking that he should push her away. But how could she convince him that he was good enough, that he was wrong? His head bowed over hers, and she knew he was smelling her hair, and all there was for it was to show him.
She ran her hands up his chest at the same time as she looked up into his eyes, and she didn't see any questions, no greens or reds, just shining need. She rocked further up onto her toes, so her lips met his in a silent kiss, and she was afraid for a moment that he might not answer. Then he tossed his glass aside. She heard the thump of it landing as his hands came for her hair, to press her mouth to his. She tilted to meet him, to make herself more his, and opened willingly for his tongue, eager for him to taste her and remember everything that he'd forgotten in his silly time alone. Because she was here, wasn't she? She knew how alchemy worked, how metals could be heated and cooled to transmute into other metals when magic was carefully applied. So couldn't she make him understand that he was good enough for her, by virtue of her wanting him? Using the magic of her presence, the crucible of her body, and the heat that they would surely go on to create. "Ryana," he said, lifting his mouth from hers to breathe her name like a prayer, and she felt his chest rise and fall beneath her hands. "Yes?" she asked him, rubbing up against him. The skin of his chest wasn't enough. She wanted to touch much more of him, and wanted more of him against her. As if hearing her unspoken plea, his hands started to roam, but then they paused as he tried to speak. "The moon," he began, then shook his head. "What about it?" "Never mind," he whispered. She cupped his face in her hands. "I'm your moon tonight," she told him. He growled, and his hand rose up her skirt to grab her ass. After that, they were in a tangle. She pushed his shirt back to kiss his shoulders as his hands tugged her shirt up, while they were both somehow sinking slowly to the ground because the couch was too far away when the floor was already right there below them. He undid her bra as she got to feel the strong muscles of his arms again, pulling his shirt down until he let go of her for long enough to toss it off, kissing her lips before diving his hot mouth against her breasts as she held him to her, gasping as he took her nipples in one by one, sucking them until they pebbled for him, the sensation of each lick traveling through her body to her hips like shooting fire. "Wolf," she murmured for him, and he growled again for her, licking up, pressing her to lie down as his fingers sank to the edges of her skirt. One of his hands dove beneath it as he lay beside her, his one hand protectively beneath her head, as he kissed her neck and shoulder, while the hand she couldn't see rose up from below, rough against the inside of her smooth thigh, to cup it at its widest point and stroke her center with his thumb, up and down, just like he had her shoulder that one night on the couch, only this time she was aching, and maybe she'd been aching that night too. She just hadn't known it yet. "Please," she whispered, running her hand down his wide back as he kept kissing a slow line across her neck, rocking her hips with intent. He bit her breast lightly in response, which she thought might be a no, and then he nodded. "Yeah, come here," he murmured against her, laying back, roughly pulling her on top of him. At last she could finally see the artwork of all his tattoos clearly. It wasn't a stolen glance, nor was he covered in bruises. And even though his hard-on was firm between her thighs, she couldn't resist asking, "What do they all mean?" as she traced her fingertips against them. His hand caught hers as if her touch burned, and he stared up at her. "It's like your notebook, only I carry it on my skin." She let out a soft gasp in wonder. "Why?" "So that I can never leave it behind, and no one can ever take it away from me." Ryana blinked, knowing how much of her notebook was dedicated to him currently, and wondered if there was some analog for that, of her, now, on his skin. Or maybe all his former girlfriends, if she could only read it properly. But even if that were true, he still had some blank skin left. She carefully leaned forward and kissed the first of the mysterious symbols, tracing it with her tongue, and he moaned. When he didn't fight her, when she felt him rumble, she moved on and did the next, like she could learn his language this way, using some magical osmosis with her tongue tip. Her hair spilled out across her shoulders, trailing as she moved her lips, as her breasts rubbed and pulled against him. "Fuck, Ryana. The moon," he growled. "What about it?" she asked innocently, finding a very moon-like symbol above his heart to kiss.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks.
Chapter 32. Austin. Ryana said his name again and liked it. Maybe his name was the only name she'd ever need to say when she felt like this. For now, for tomorrow, for forever. He grabbed her ass and pulled her off of him, and it took her a moment to process what was happening. Wait, she protested. He was still hard, and his wet heat wasn't leaking between her thighs. She rose up above him. Why? She'd never come so hard before in her life. For the first time ever, she'd held nothing back, and... He shook his head below her. Because, Wings, you only think you want me. Her hands curled into fists against his stomach as her wings arched. How dare you, Austin? Wings, he began, trying to apologize. No, that wasn't good enough. Not when she'd been so close to falling for him. So you don't want my pity? She asked, her voice rising, although it hadn't been that at all, and how couldn't he know? She'd done everything tonight but write it for him on a page. If that's not good enough for you, then you can have my wrath. She pounded her fists down on him. He caught her wrists before they landed. Ryana, he began in soothing tones, like there was any way he could make it up to her as she tried to wrestle them away from him to hit him, because the only thing she could think to do was to try to hurt him the same way that he'd just hurt her. How could she have ever done this to herself a second time? She tried to get herself free and dug her high heels into his thighs until he yelped in surprise and let her go. And then she almost landed a punch on him, but he dodged, yanking himself sideways and sending her tumbling to the ground. She screamed in frustration and kept trying to hurt him. He was stronger than she was, and faster too, but she wasn't interested in her own safety and definitely not fucking his. Ryana, he shouted at her as she spit at his face. What the fuck? You, she shouted at him. I can't believe... She sputtered, unable to finish the sentence, shoving him back with both hands with all her strength. He went with the motion, letting her rock him back bodily. Then she turned to crawl away on hands and knees. How could she have been this fucking stupid twice? All she had to do was get her clothing and a mirror. But one of his hands wrapped around her ankle, catching her to drag her on her stomach to his side. He threw himself on top of her, knocking the wind out of her to pin her down, her wings helplessly splayed out. She gasped for air below him, feeling his greater weight on top of her, trying to get purchase on the ground to shove him off. Wings! He shouted, right in her ear. What is happening? What is happening is you! She hit a fist against the ground. Why? She twisted her face away from him so he couldn't see her tears. If I tell you I won't go, why won't you believe me? Because. Ryana, you've walked away from me more times than I can count. But I always come back, she whispered. She wiped her wet cheeks roughly on the carpet. Haven't I? She felt him sag above her, bowing his head to hers. Haven't I? She repeated, hoping that he'd realized she was right. Ryana, he began slowly, and she braced herself, because even though she was already on the ground, this was going to be it, the second death of all her dreams. Wings, he said, as she felt him above her, his weight so heavy over her that she had to breathe opposite to him to even get a breath in. She had no idea what he was thinking or doing, or if they were going to spend the rest of the night just like this, and she hated all of that. She wanted answers, or, at the least, for him to never know he'd made her cry. He lifted himself up a little, but she made no moves beneath him. Then he traced a tentative hand up her flank and down her wing. It made her shiver, and she pressed her forehead into the carpeting. If he was going to humiliate her, it was no fair for her body to betray her. I can't do this, Wings. He rose up off of her, and she slowly pushed herself up from the carpeting, not turning around to face him. I want to make you happy, Ryana, but I also can't let you break me. She looked over her shoulder and a wing at him, swallowing down a rising sense of betrayal. Break you? How? When it felt like she'd done all the breaking.
His eyes traveled up and down her, as if he were worried he might never see her again.
By being with you halfway. I can't do that to myself again. His chest heaved, and she looked down at the ground because it was safer. Oh God, killing Baron was somehow easier than this. At least his betrayal was a known thing, and she hadn't had to hear him reason through it. I need something more, Ryana.
She tucked her heels under her skirt and covered herself with her wings, trying to feel both protected and demure.
Something real, he went on. Something forever. I can't fuck you like this close to the full moon, feeling the way I do, and make it not count. She heard him swallow and take a measured breath. I can't not you again, Ryana, and then just walk away. I'm not that strong.
Ryana looked at her empty hands and longed for the simplicity of her lab, where magical chemistry was so much easier than trying to understand an entire other person. I don't want you to walk away, she whispered. And I don't want to walk away either. I don't know if you'd noticed, but it's very hard to walk in these shoes, she said with a soft snort. There was another long pause, and then he came near and took her shoulders to gently twist her towards him, ducking as she raised her wing out of his way.
I'd prefer you to stay eagerly, rather than because of a poor choice in footwear, he said.
This is eager for me, Austin. She moved into a slightly more comfortable position, kicking her legs to be beside her. I'm sorry if it's not what you're used to, but I'd hazard that I'm not what you're used to either, so.
I know,
he said, tapping his lap with one hand and giving her foot a meaningful glance. Foot, he told her in her own language, just like that one night. She delicately kicked it out at him, making sure not to accidentally kick him anywhere important. And he undid all of its fussy buckles, leveraging it off of her foot and throwing it behind his shoulder to wherever his cocktail glass had gone earlier in the evening, and she bit back a smile. Next, he demanded, and she took her foot back, replacing it with the other. It was hard to ignore his thick cock at half-mast as she watched him undo all of her shoe's tiny buckles before pulling it off and tossing it too.
There. Now you're free, he told her.
Through the panoramic windows behind him, the moon was at his back, higher now, beginning to rise out of view. She stared at it for a long time, wishing it would grant her the strength that it gave him. If only she could just go get her notebook from the couch and draw how she felt for him, because words could be used against you, but art was safe. Which is why she'd drawn so much of it, of him, why she'd willingly gone out with him repeatedly, why she'd invited him into her bed, and why the fear of losing him had truly hurt once she'd given it the space to. What if I don't want to be? She asked him, hoping he could hear it in her words.
Then stay and mean it, Ryana,
he said, his voice a low growl, not angry at her, but full of promise.
And don't walk away from me again. Or run. Or crawl. Toward me, maybe, he teased,
giving her an easy grin as she finally dared to look down at him.
But never away.
The tension that had lined his body all night relaxed, shifting into something else, far more legible than his tattoos. Need. Desire. Lust. She'd mistaken his honesty for simplicity, when the truth was, he'd merely known all along what he wanted. Her. All she'd ever had to do was slow down for long enough to let him catch up. She flashed him an equally teasing look back, and then intentionally preened, doing her best to sound princess-like without laughing. In general, I do not crawl. She dusted off the rug burn on her knees dramatically.
And I would never ask you to, Wings, he told her,
as his full lips curved into something far more wicked-looking than a grin.
That said, though, you've ridden me twice now. Fair's fair.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks!
Oh, Austin, she sighed when he was finished, breathless and drowsy. He sagged above her, holding her up by her waist as she removed her hands from the glass one at a time. He kissed a line down her spine. "Can you fold your wings inside?" She didn't answer, but she did it anyways, and he pulled them both to the ground, catching her with his arm so she could use it for a pillow. The moon was gone now, risen too high to be seen through the windows anymore, but that didn't matter. He had his moon in his arms, right here. Chapter 33. "I've never done anything like that before," she murmured minutes later after she'd caught her breath. Austin had one leg over her. His hips were twisted against hers. He had an arm around her side, and they were both still on the carpet in front of the panoramic windows. He should have fucked her on the couch. It would have been more comfortable post-coital. "Which part?" he asked her. "All of it?" "Me either," he said, and chuckled. He nuzzled his face into her hair. "But I want to do it again, so be patient with me." "What do you mean?" she asked, trying to twist to see him. He closed his eyes and wondered what the hell he'd been thinking, bringing this up now of all moments, but it was definitely too late. "Sometimes you just seem to assume the worst, is all. But you don't have to do that with me. I'm never going to hurt you on purpose, Ryana. I may do something stupid, yes, but I can already tell you now, whatever it is, I didn't mean it." He felt her tense, and he tensed too. And then she laughed. "You can't apologize before you've done a thing." "Can too," he grumbled, kissing her neck. "No, it's cheating is what it is." Her laughing made him laugh. Fine. Can't blame a wolf for trying, though. She lifted a hand to run through his hair, scratching her nails against his scalp, and he shivered. "I understand what you're trying to say, I think, and I appreciate it." "Thank you." He felt her take a long inhale and then give an even longer sigh. "Do you want to know why I'm like this?" He smoothed her hair back. "Yeah, Wings. I want to know everything about you." He swallowed after he said it. Even though he knew she was his mate, it was still sometimes frightening to be so honest. "I've only had one other relationship in my life, if it can be called that, really." She squirmed in his arms, and he held onto her more tightly, trying to help her settle. "The Kagaroth you met, Baron." I figured. After tonight, Austin only knew two things to be true. Ryana was his mate, and the next time he saw Baron, he was going to kill him. She inhaled deeply as though pained. "He was one of my guards. He took his time, and he made me love him." Hearing her sum up a relationship that had clearly caused her so much pain so simply made him ache on her behalf. He started running a protective hand up and down her side. "It would have been one thing, Austin," she went on, staring out at the clear black night, "if he had been dark and cruel. And then there would have been an excuse. Heavy magic, curses, that sort of thing." He watched her lick her lips and drift with memories. "But he didn't need to use any of those things on me. I went with him willingly. No matter how many warnings my mother gave me, or how often Leica told me in her ever-so-polite terms that it was a bad idea." Her voice dropped low, and he knew she was feeling the loss of her guardian again. Austin knew he was a poor substitute, but he'd spend the rest of his life protecting her nonetheless. "Everything was so illicit, and I thought we were so clever. When I gave him my virginity, we were in my father's throne room. At the time, I thought myself quite the rebel when, in fact, it was probably just a taste of things to come. It was easy to imagine headstrong Ryana doing whatever she pleased, just as it was easy to imagine someone else taking advantage of her less jaded, younger self. Austin wished they had a blanket he could wrap her in. Lacking that, though, he wrapped her tighter against himself. Ryana nestled back into him, accepting his kindness for what it was and finally letting him give it to her. That one simple motion was almost as important to him as the sex they'd just had. It was years, Austin, she went on quietly. Years of him making me trust him, and years of him whispering his love. Sometimes he'd take me into the Kagaroth guard room and let me play the gambling games that they all liked, calling me his good luck charm. I turned down the suitors my mother brought on his say-so, and then, as things fell apart, it didn't matter. Strangers didn't want me anymore. But that was okay, because I still had him, I thought. She twined her fingers safe with his. And then, one day, he told me to send Laika away so it would just be us, and of course, I did. I would have done anything to make him happy. I think maybe you know how that is, yes? He nodded his chin against her shoulder. Yes, he agreed. Completely. Then he pulled me out into the castle garden, and I was so in love, I thought we were playing a game. I had no idea I was under real threat until Laika flew out and started killing men I didn't even know were there. She paused, and a chill ran down Austin's spine. And then we both knew we were through. She freed her hands from his, and he didn't like that. But she needed to look at them for some reason. He let me kill him. At the time, I thought him offering himself for me for death was still some kind of kindness. She stared at her hands in front of her in disbelief. And I had to do it. She clenched her hands into fists and looked back up at him. You have to understand that, in the realms, there is no leniency, no forgiveness. If you show weakness, you are as good as dead, and I had done nothing but been exposed as weak by him for years. She sank back into the carpeting, as if she'd given up. I know it must all seem foolishly bloodthirsty to you, but that's how it is. Austin grunted. Remind me to explain pack politics to you someday. I will, she said with a sigh, gathering her thoughts. And the worst part of it, Austin, was that even as I was strangling him, I was still in love with him. Even though he'd betrayed me utterly and ruined me in every way, he growled and held her down. You're not ruined, Ryana. Maybe not on Earth, Wolf. But after that I could never rule. No one in the realms would take me seriously. I'd be mocked. Worse than Damien's human mother, even, she said. And Austin felt her give a full-body shudder. I don't know how Baron survived, she whispered. And then I come to find out that not only was the entirety of our relationship a lie, but he wasn't even doing it for me. He was actually after Laika? Her voice went high as she shook her head in dismay, rocking it against Austin's arm. He had replayed that night in the forest 1,000,000 times in his mind these past few days, searching for a way it could have ended differently. All he could do now was settle his head against hers and tell her the truth. I'm sorry that she's gone, Wings. But I know she would have wanted you to stay safe. I know that too. It doesn't make it any better, though. He felt her sigh. I just wish I hadn't been such a fool. If I had been stronger or more brave or even slightly more thorough, then I could be home right now, ruling it as I was meant to with Laika at my side. He felt her shrinking in on herself. Instead, I had to go be simple and weak and fall in love. He pushed himself up on his arm to look down at her. Is that what you think I am? She pouted. No. But you have to admit, falling in love means that other people can hurt you. Which was why she'd gone on to arrange her entire life in an effort to not let it happen again. Until she'd gotten lonely and he'd made her let him in. Wings, I'm only going to say this once. Fuck that weak shit. Falling in love is the bravest thing you can ever do. It doesn't make you weak, it makes you stronger. Strong enough to do whatever is right for the other person, no matter how it breaks your heart. Oh? She challenged him. And just how many times have you been in love? How many women are littered behind you in your illustrious past? I haven't been before, he admitted reluctantly. And then realized two things. One, being mated definitely meant he was in love with her, so fuck it, why not let her know? And two, she was probably tied to him for another 2 to 3 minutes, so he might as well go for broke. I've been with hundreds of women, Wings, but not in love until now. She gave a sharp intake of breath, and he knew she was trying to quench a rising sense of panic for his sake. Well, scientifically speaking, a sample size of 1 is a poorly constructed experiment. He laughed. He couldn't help it. I never claimed to be a scientist, baby, he told her. And then she was laughing too. And he knew everything was going to be all right. How did you even find me that night in the forest? She asked. I knew where to look for you, he told her. No, really, Austin, she said, swatting at his leg. Baron and his men had some sort of compasses that pointed at Leica. Inside the castle, she was shielded by the magical dampening field Mills had erected to protect against attacks. Outside of it, not so much. He could almost feel her thinking. What did the compasses look like? Black metal rings with rotating blue lights. He gave me one. I could show it to you later when we're not tied. And you carried it in your mouth to find me? She asked him, her voice rising with her disbelief. No, I meant what I said earlier. He drove his face against her hair to hide. Somehow this confession felt even more intense than love because it verged on stalking. I hope it doesn't weird you out, but I honestly think I could find you anywhere now, even across an ocean. Oh, she said with a soft gasp. Yeah. After that, they both quietly watched the city lights and the crossing of a distant plane. So many surprises for one night, she whispered, leaning back into his chest. Her fingers entwined with his, and he knew their hands were just how he had seen them in her notebook. What are you going to draw for tonight, Wings? I noticed you're a few entries behind. She nestled into him and thought, and he decided that was his new favorite thing. I haven't decided yet. Usually I wait to see how I feel in front of an empty page. Can I see it once you do? She smiled. He could see the corner of it as he kissed her temple, looking down. I think so. She turned a little to look up at him. Sometimes it's scary to have empty pages, but right now I can't wait to fill them. She let go of her hand to bring a finger to trace her lips, and then he was kissing her again. He couldn't help himself. She moved against him, so soft and subtle. But he knew she wanted him, and he knew she was his world. Now, forever, and always.
Hi all, author Cassie here. Sorry, but I've had to delete some spicier scenes from this book so I wouldn't get into trouble with YouTube. If you'd like to listen to them, please consider purchasing the full audiobook from any audiobook store, including my own website linked below, or otherwise keep listening on. Thanks!
Chapter 34. Austin woke up late the next morning, alone. He ran his hands across his face. He would have thought the entire prior night a dream except for the fact that he still smelled like her. Once she'd stopped crying, they'd talked for a long time about silly things. The shows she watched with Andy, some Korean dramas that had stories that reminded her of home, and how nice it was to see so many pretty dresses in one show. And then they'd started kissing. He'd checked in every other kiss until she growled at him not to anymore, which had made him laugh, and then he started at the soles of her feet and kissed his way up to the top of her head, just making her let him be there, feeling her tense and relax beneath his attention, like a skittish horse, until she told him she would be angry at him if he didn't take her. So he made love to her. Every prior night in his entire life, he would have found that phrase abominably cheesy. But as she fell asleep in his arms beside him, both of them sweaty and exhausted and locked, it was the only thing he could think of to use. He loved her. He told her so. And he fell asleep too. But now, "Ryana?" he called out, because maybe she was in the next room, eating the eggs Benedict that were rightfully his. He grinned at the thought of it and pushed himself up when she didn't answer. He looked over and found her notebook on her pillow. With a sinking feeling in his stomach, he flipped to the last marked page. "My wolf, trust me as I now trust you. Don't look for me till sundown. Your moon." And the page opposite it was the perfect picture of a full moon, with all the highlights and lowlights and shades. Her wolf. He folded up her notebook, held it to his chest, and closed his eyes. Hours after that, his phone buzzed. He'd been dozing, sleeping well for the first time in what felt like weeks, even if there was a full moon approaching. Being around Ryana had calmed something deep inside him. It was like he'd been looking his whole life for her, and now that he'd found her, he could finally rest. His phone buzzed again, and he picked it up, finding texts from Damien. "Andy says I need to tell you to come back now," read the first one, closely followed by, "and I agree," as the dragon shifter attempted to reclaim some part of his manhood. Austin grinned at his phone. "Are you sure? Or should I ask Andy?" The next 3 texts were in quick succession. "Fuck you, Austin. Stop drinking all my liquor. Come home." Austin looked around at the spacious penthouse that had been his home away from home for almost a week. "Will do. There's just something I need to finish first." And then he got out of bed, grabbed some slacks from the closet, and detoured into the office with Ryana's notebook.
The only person who knew she'd left the castle via mirror to see Austin was Grim, and he was waiting outside her mirror when she returned. She stepped out of the cold nothingness inside the mirror to find his crossed blue eyes giving her a judgmental look, complete with a tail swish. "It's not what you think," she said, defending herself immediately. Grim tilted his head up and scrunched his nose as he sniffed the air around her. She knew very well he could scent Austin on her. It wasn't worth trying to pretend otherwise, really. "Okay, that part is what you think," she said, giving up. "Not that it's any of your business," she said primly. Grim gave her a meow that rose and lowered to let her know what he thought of that. She stared down at her brother's guardian as he stared back up. "Can you keep a secret from Damien?" she asked him. Grim seemed to consider this. She didn't have a way to understand him. Damien was the only one who could. Well, him and Laika, but she wasn't here right now. But now that Ryana had plans, they'd be a lot easier if the cat was on her side. Grim sat on his haunches, hissed, reared back, made some swipes at the air, claws out, then jumped 3 feet to the left with all his hair standing on end. "It's not about the werewolves," Ryana said, kneeling down. "I think I have a way to get her back.
and I'll tell you all about it. But first, you have to absolutely promise you won't tell Damien." Grim paced around in a figure eight, shaking his head and yowling. If Damien discovered that they'd left to handle things, they both knew he'd be pissed. "It's the only way this can work, Grim." If she told Damien, he'd never let her go alone. And if any of the Kagaroth saw Damien, everything would be over. All of them would still know her brother on sight, and all of them still feared him, surely. They'd take Leica away, and they'd never return. So she was the only one who could get close enough to save Leica. None of the Kagaroth feared her. Quite the opposite, in fact. They seemed to think her a laughingstock. And she'd done nothing at the lake's edge to improve their impression of her. Any of them that had truly seen her that night would have known that she froze. "Please, Grim, it's our only chance, and we need to do it soon. Tonight." Under the cover of darkness. So that they could hope to have any chance at surprise at all. Grim grumble-purred, giving her a cross-eyed stare. "It'll work, I'm sure of it." The cat shifted from side to side and swiped a paw out, slapping it across an imaginary foe. "Definitely no werewolves," she promised him. He gave her an indignant stare and then collapsed to the ground in front of her, showing her his furry belly, and she petted it. "Thank you," she said, and pulled the compass out to show him. It had been nothing to pretend to fall asleep and then steal it away from Austin. He'd been so restful at her side. She'd almost felt bad about it. And then she'd drawn the moon for him, realizing she'd have to leave him something to keep him off her scent. Because she'd meant it when she'd said she couldn't see a future with him. Not until she was finished with her past. She placed the compass on the ground in front of the cat. Its dial glowed light green now. It had only taken her a few minutes of tinkering to reverse the original spell's intention, and she could now spend the rest of the night and day in her laboratory preparing everything else. "It points at Baron now, the man who took Leica," she explained, and the fact that it pointed anywhere at all meant that Baron was still on Earth. Grim's eyes narrowed, and he growled. "Exactly," she agreed as the cat looked up at her. "Shortly before sundown. Come meet me."
Austin drove back to the castle with Ryana's notebook in the passenger seat of the Prius. His only luggage, really. He'd put his own clothes from the night in the forest back on, and he needed a shower, but everything was going to be okay. Apart from the part where Damien killed him. But Ryana was on his side, and Andy too. Between the two of their calming influences on the dragon, he just might survive. And who knew, in time, when Damien saw how hard he would work to keep Ryana happy, surely eventually he'd earn the dragon shifter's grudging respect. Okay, that might be a step too far. Maybe tolerance? Benign neglect? Sure, that worked. Just as long as he could be with Ryana. He grinned at himself in the rearview mirror after parking the Prius and walked into the house with a spring in his step. "Honey, I'm home," he announced, and the house echoed with no response. Not even a snide comeback from Grim. He had a feeling the cat had probably booby-trapped his room, though. He'd have to be extra careful tonight. Still grinning, Austin ran up the front stairs, straight for Ryana's room, and toward her still very red door. His hand hovered over it, wanting to knock. But he knew she'd left it red for a reason. He could manage to wait till sundown, like she'd very reasonably asked. What were a few hours more now that he had the rest of his life? More than a few hours, really, seeing as the full moon would hit him when the sun went down. But he could have his fun playing in the forest with Zach tonight and then come back to be with her in the morning. And every day after that. He knelt down, shoved her notebook back under her door for her, so she'd know he was home and could start drawing at will, then went downstairs to his own room, and found Zach waiting for him, sitting on his bed and frowning at a laptop. "You're back," his brother announced, brightening at seeing him, shutting the laptop closed. "I am," Austin told him, smiling. "You're, also oddly happy?" Zach's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Why do you think, brother? There was no way he could keep a straight face. He couldn't lie now if he tried. Zach's eyes widened. I'm not sure I want to know. That I'm mated to the most beautiful and amazing woman I've ever met? You don't want to know that? Austin taunted. Oh, God, Zach said, getting out of bed and walking over. He put a hand on Austin's forehead. What are you doing? Seeing if you have a fever. Austin laughed. I'm a fucking werewolf, Zach. A magical fever that makes you insane is more believable than Ryana deciding to be with you. Absolutely no offense. Some taken. Jesus, bro, would it cost you anything to be happy for me? Austin ducked away from his brother's concerns, and his brother sniffed after him. You do smell... God. Really? Zach's eyebrows rose high on his head. She came to see me last night, and it was good, Zach, so good. He sighed at the memory. And underneath the moon, and... No, thank you, I do not need to hear particulars. Austin snickered. Then you better leave and let me shower. Done, Zach said. Same plan as usual tonight? Yeah. I'll see you in a few hours, Austin said, pulling off his shirt. Good, Zach said, heading for the door. Oh, and Austin? Yeah? Austin asked, his hands on the waistband of his jeans. You kiss and tell on this one, and Damien'll rip your tongue out. Austin grinned and mimed zipping his lips and throwing away a key. Austin heard his phone beep on his bathroom counter halfway through his shower. On the off chance it was Ryana, he stepped outside to answer it and found a text from Dominic. Austin, you free? He frowned at his phone. The Kagaroth had left right after capturing Laika, and Dominic had driven him back to his car in silence. He'd texted the Rhino shifter a few times since to try to find out more about Baron's plans on Zach's urging, while seeming casual. His share of Baron's money for capturing Laika had landed in his bank account 3 days ago, according to a text from Jameson. So he had less and less reason to be talking to Dominic. And the Rhino shifter had been ghosting him besides. Until now, the afternoon before a full moon night. He texted Dominic back. Now's not a good time. You know why. I do, but it's important. Come out to play, and I promise I'll have you back before curfew. Austin started growling without realizing it. If Dominic's request was Kagaroth-related, it'd be the first lead they'd had since that evening in the forest. And maybe he could do a favor for Ryana. He dried off quickly and texted his brother. Dom wants to talk. I'll find out what I can about the Kagaroth's plans. Meet you at the forest. And to Dominic, he sent back, I'm in. Dominic sent him an address he didn't recognize not long after. But it was on the way to the forest, which made him feel more comfortable about going there. He'd wanted to put on all of his military gear, but with the moon mere hours away, there was no point. He'd just kept his favorite gun, which he was glad about when he realized Dom wanted to meet him at a meatpacking factory. He pulled through its open gates, noticed how empty the parking lot was, and drove around until he saw Dominic's Humvee in back and a cavernous open door up where they connected the cattle trucks to channel the cows inside where the slaughtering began. He parked the Prius beside Dom's ridiculous vehicle and got out. Dom? He shouted loudly. Austin! He heard the other shifter bellow from inside the building. Get up here! Austin breathed the air in deep. He couldn't scent anything other than the carnage this place was used to, rendering down cows from living animals to their component bits, and the bleach they sprayed everything with to clean it down. What the fuck, Dom? Austin shouted back. I don't consent to being in a horror movie. Austin heard a dull thumping against the inside of the metal-lined chute like a herd of angry ghost cattle were coming back out. And then Dominic's head peered down at him. Wuss? Austin shrugged. Possibly, he said, and Dominic laughed. What I like about you, Austin, is you never have anything to prove. It makes you considerably more trustworthy than most. Thanks, I think. Why the hell are we here? Austin held up his empty wrist and tapped it meaningfully. He was on the moon's clock, and Dom knew it. Baron's cooking something up, and he needed to be on guard against all comers. Asked me to grab some extra muscle, and I thought of you. But the moon, Dom. After your performance in the forest, Baron doesn't care if you're a wolf, and neither do I. He leaned down inside the chute and offered Austin a hand. If Baron is here. At the least, he had to let the others know. Austin reached up and took Dom's wrist, letting him help pull him into the factory. Dominic's wider bulk took up most of the tunnel as it narrowed to a point where Austin knew they slugged the cattle. No amount of bleach could drown out the scent of old panic embedded in the walls. Here? Really? Austin asked. Dominic grunted. Yeah. He ducked out of the chute at the end of it, toward the factory floor, and Austin followed. There were still carcasses hanging from the ceilings on massive hooks, in differing states of disassembly. And it was like all the humans involved had just abandoned their posts. But these places are 24/7 operations, Dom. Don't worry, we got the run of the place tonight. Austin shook his head in disbelief. No. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of product here. They didn't just leave. I don't know if you've noticed, but these assholes from the realms have deep pockets. Dominic took a casual punch against one of the hanging sides of beef, sending it swinging violently against its neighbors and making the chain it was hanging from squeal. And, according to Baron, a lot of things, they're going to come through hungry. Austin grit his teeth. Fucking A. Apparently it's going to be quite a spectacle, Dominic went on as they walked through a narrow room together. Half-sliced carcasses of cows hanging from the ceiling. The bounty hunter turned toward him in front of a final set of doors. Which is why I'm gonna need your phone. Austin frowned, taking Dominic's measure. We both know that in about half an hour I'm not going to be able to use it anyways. True, but no flash photography before that, Austin. You know how it is, just like in museums. Dominic gave him a placid smile that didn't reach his eyes. And Austin realized then the game was up. There was no point in reaching for his gun. He knew Dominic was too fast and too close. He'd break his arm before Austin could even reach his holster. Austin stared the rhino shifter down as his jaw clenched. How did you know? And more importantly, how much did he know? Dominic gave him a real smile then, not taking his eyes off of him. The little things, really. People assume bounty hunting's just a physical art, but it's not. Bodyguarding? Maybe, the rhino sniffed. I suspect Blackwood's got a cyber security team, and to him, you're just muscle. In any case, he said, twitching his head toward the doors beside them. These fools here have no idea how vehicles on Earth work, but you and I do. I know you're enough of a car person to be appropriately embarrassed by that Prius, and you gave me shit for my Humvee, and I have fond memories of your Betsy, so there's no way you didn't notice that convertible Bentley with dealer plates outside the park that night. But you didn't mention it. Strange, eh? Austin let nothing on, but he felt a settling inside his soul. His wolf knew its time was nearing, if only he could keep Dominic talking until then. There's only one Bentley dealer around here, and they were close-lipped about who purchased the vehicle, as would befit their status. But it turns out that one of their desk girls took a picture of an absolutely luscious woman and her, at the time, red parrot, and put that shit on Instagram. Austin fought not to narrow his eyes at hearing Dominic talk about Ryana in any capacity. So I went and asked her if she'd noticed anything else strange about that day. And imagine my surprise when she described someone who sounded like you. I told Baron, and all of a sudden he wanted to meet with you again. Dominic chuckled and leaned in. So, hand your phone over, or I take it from you, and we both know you wouldn't like that. Austin made a show of lifting his hand, slowly putting it behind himself to where his phone was in his back pocket, and pulling it out. Every second longer he took was a second closer to his wolf, and he had a feeling he knew what Dom would do with his phone. The rhino shifter took it and crushed it in one hand, easily, which Austin knew would immediately alert Jameson, who would now be aware of his last known location. And if he was smart enough to talk to Zach before Zach changed, like Austin knew he would be, then everyone at Damien's would know why he'd come here and what had happened. Nice to know his potential death at the hands of a rhino shifter wouldn't have been entirely meaningless. And if he played his cards right, he might still get to take out Baron.
Chapter 35. Once she'd taken stock of her supplies, Ryana moved into her closet. She needed to dress as ostentatiously as she could, and it was hard. Her selection was very limited, seeing as usually she just had Leica make her whatever she felt like wearing, transmuting one outfit to another, rarely keeping the individual pieces. But it was particularly important this time to get her outfit right. She had to play into everything Baron had ever thought about her, and act like nothing had ever changed, that her time after him hadn't broken her, and that her time on Earth hadn't slowly started to rebuild her once again. She needed to remind him of the girl he remembered growing up, suited only for palace life, tragically unprepared for any other reality. So she pulled on a very structurally sound orange silk dress with far too many ruffles, which had a train that spilled down the floor. If she wore very high heels, she could get an extra 6 inches of space at the bottom, and cover that up with a long black tulle skirt. It was perfect, and perfectly hideous, and she spent the next several hours sewing. After that came hair and makeup and Grimm's arrival. He hopped up onto her bathroom counter. "Still with me?" she asked him after taking stock of herself in the mirror. She looked dewy-eyed and innocent. She'd painted her lips dangerously full with the softest pink, and she'd flushed herself with blush from her cheeks down to her cleavage. Grimalkin meowed a yes, and she nodded at herself in the mirror. This would work or it wouldn't, but she was going to fucking try, and Baron was going to regret ever having crossed her. She strode out of her bedroom door and saw her notebook on the ground, which meant Austin was home, probably waiting for her. Well, he could wait a bit longer. She smiled softly, picked her notebook up, and put it in one of the many new pockets her dress now had.
"Now the gun," Dominic told him, and Austin handed it over, making the same slow show. The bounty hunter tucked it inside his waistband and pressed the doors beside them open with a meaty hand, letting out a burst of frigid air. They were heading into a cooler. "And, for the record, Austin, as far as I know, he just wants to talk to you." "Uh-huh," Austin said, ducking himself inside, and finding 20 Kagaroth in a loose arc waiting for him. Oh yeah, this totally feels like a conversation waiting to happen. None of the Kagaroth ran for him, though, so he dared to look past them, and saw Leica, in some kind of plated cage woven from metal, suspended from the hooks in the back, and beside her was another Kagaroth with his helmet removed. Standing beside a stack of carcasses he'd turned into a kind of a desk with an old-looking book opened on top. Baron. Austin was faced with a choice. Kill him now, or kill time till Damien showed up. Because Baron was doing something to Lyca's cage. There were writhing tendrils of brightly colored magic snaking from its edges, and he could feel the power pouring through. As much as he knew Baron needed to die, he didn't want to accidentally trigger an apocalypse. Lyca spotted him and gave a pitiful squawk. "There," Baron announced, closing the book in front of him up and looking over. "Make a path," he told his men, and they did so. Austin walked down it with black armored warriors on either side. "So, how long have you known Ryana?" he asked Austin as he neared. "Long enough." "Long enough to grow tired of her?" Baron snorted, and then one of his eyebrows rose as he took Austin in. "Although I heard that vehicle you purchased her was quite expensive." Austin jerked his chin at Lyca's cage. "Well, seeing as I got paid to give you her bird, it's a wash." "Couldn't stand Lyca looking in on you, could you, eh?" "I know how that goes." He chuckled darkly. "You wanted her all for yourself." "Something like that," Austin growled, trying to figure out where the other man was going. "And did you like her?" Baron asked, watching Austin intently. "Did I train her well for you?" Austin's wolf almost breached, and not just because the moon was almost here. What he and Ryana were to one another was none of this foul man's business, and his wolf wanted to pull Baron's throat out with its fangs. "I feel like talking about whatever the fuck you want me here for is more important than my sex life." Baron laughed. "Well, Wolf, you're here because you have a choice. Now, you can choose to die for the love of a woman you will most certainly grow tired of, as I did, or you can choose unimaginable power when my spell here is through." He gestured at Lyca, lying despondently at the bottom of her cage. "I'm going to need to take my men back home when this is over to retake the throne that is rightfully mine, but there will be plenty of opportunities left here on Earth after all the chaos." Dominic came up to his side. "Birds come and birds go," the other shifter whispered to him. "Do you realize he is talking about completely destroying society?" Austin quietly hissed back. "You see, Austin, I'm hoping you're the kind of callous man I need, willing to seize an opportunity and take it, like when you gave me Lyca at the lake, or when you tried to kill my men while fighting, someone with an untapped well of cruelty I can divert for my own purposes. Someone who won't be afraid of standing at the edge of a rift to keep it open as the terrors I direct pour through." Baron was so blinded by his own cruelty he thought Austin had given him Lyca on purpose, and not on accident. And he thought Austin was his like. Maybe someone else could have been a better actor and prolonged the moment. Zach could have, were he here. But deceit had never been in Austin's wheelhouse. He shook his head and closed his eyes. "And if I'm not the man you think I am?" he called back to Baron, knowing full well what would come next, but it didn't matter. He'd had a good run. Parts of his life had been rough, yes, but he'd gotten to have the kinds of adventures most men only dreamed of. Zach had gotten out of their childhood hole and was safe. Damien would see to that. and Austin had managed to have good friends, which was something he wouldn't have believed if you had told him as a child that one day he'd get to work side by side with people he loved and whom he trusted in completely. And then, beyond that, how for one shining perfect night, underneath the moon, he'd known true love. Maybe Ryana hadn't figured out how to tell him that, or even show him, really. But he'd had it in his heart, and he'd given it to her, and he knew that was enough. She'd never have to wonder how he'd felt about her. He was her mate. She'd know. Austin, Dominic sighed beside him, deeply disappointed in his choices. Sorry, Austin said, and sprang on the nearest Kagaroth. This close to the full moon, it was easy to be savage. He twisted the man's neck sideways twice, snapping the buckles that attached its helmet to its armor and killing him, just as he felt huge hands grab him by his back and spin him sideways, throwing him to the ground. He covered his head and ducked as the first kicks landed, grabbed a foot, twisted it, and heard a femur break, before he leapt up and grabbed another's throat. Their stupid armor, he needed a weapon, or he needed his teeth. A Kagaroth came running into the room, shouting, "She's here!" "What?" Baron asked, twisting away from his spellbook again. Austin made the mistake of pausing, and Dominic swept him up with both hands, hoisting him into the air. "Baron, what do you want done?" Dominic shouted over his shoulder, and Austin could see Baron's glittering eyes. "Oh, don't kill him now. I want a wolf fur coat." Dominic grunted as Austin thrashed, trying to shout Ryana away while kneeing the bounty hunter in the stomach and kicking at his sides. It was like the man was made of stone. "I just want you to know that in no way or shape is this personal, Austin. It's just sheer profit at this point." The rhino shifter lifted Austin up and then dropped him on a bifurcated meat hook. He felt the metal prongs slide underneath his ribs, one puncturing each lung. He was suspended in mid-air, gasping helplessly, as Dominic unfastened his wide leather belt and gagged Austin's mouth open with it, almost dislocating his jaw. He couldn't have screamed even if he'd wanted to. There wasn't enough air in his lungs. He felt like he was about to drown, and moving only made the ripping of the hooks worse. Dominic grabbed hold of his arm and dragged him, via the serpentine chain above, into the darkness at the back of the room as he heard Ryana's heels approaching on the cement floor.
"Baron, I know you're in here." She forced herself to sound playful, sweeping through the hanging carcasses of cows. "I've never been this close to a kitchen before. Come out and save me from it." A Kagaroth appeared. She recognized the carvings on his helmet. She'd been introduced to him before, even if she'd long since forgotten his name. "Show me where Baron is," she demanded, just like she was back at court. The Kagaroth made a show of leading her further into the horrible cow factory, and made sure that she could tell by his attitude that he was mocking her. When he opened up a final set of doors, he practically shoved her inside, and she had to catch herself before she fell over on her heels and the gig was up. She smoothed a hand along her skirts and regathered herself to stare coolly at the assorted helmeted men. "Warriors," she addressed them with a pout. "Where is your leader?" "Here, my love," came a familiar voice from the back. Hearing his voice and words felt like a punch. For so long she'd thought what Baron had offered her was love, but now she knew better. It had been nothing but lies. "Are you a ghost?" she asked, walking slowly forward, as the Kagaroth on either side pulled back, making room for her in her dress's train. Baron turned toward her from where he'd made an altar of sorts out of animal carcasses. "Hardly. Although without you in my life, I did want to die." "Strange that, seeing as I thought I'd killed you." She swallowed as she faced him. She needed to seem scared, and she actually was scared, so that worked in her favor. "How did you survive?" she asked him, because she needed to know. He patted his shoulder, where his needle of poison was. "I took enough to seem dead to the untrained eye." "My eyes were not untrained." "Your eyes were busy crying," he told her. His voice was not entirely cruel. She hugged herself and looked away, as the flush she'd painted on slowly became more real. "Why are you here, Ryana?" he asked her, coming around the pile of meat and bones and heading her direction. "I'm the one who should be asking you that. I'm here for my guardian. Why ever did you take her?" She could see a few of Laika's red feathers peeking through the bars of the magically electrified cage, but nothing more. It was hard not to run past Baron to free her, but she knew she needed to follow her plan. "Because it's my turn to rule." She snorted softly. "You say that like it's a simple thing, like the reason my family's ruled isn't a curse that's stretched for ages." "True, which is why I turned to my own arcane options." She took a reluctant step up to him and twisted her head as though she were tugging on a bridle. "What if I were to offer you a trade?" she asked, wringing her skirt with her hands like she always did when she was nervous, so he could see. He laughed. "Princess, what could you possibly offer me that I haven't already had?" Ryana closed her eyes. It felt like she'd been slapped. "Legitimacy," she said, and swallowed. "My life for hers. You give her back to me, and we both go back with you, and I can be the cruel queen of your dreams. I will learn from the best, will I not?" Baron made a soft sound of surprise then, and standing in front of him she could practically hear him think. "And you would sign a blood pact not to harm me nor any of my men?" She took an eager step forward. She was so close. "I would sign it right now, right here, if it meant getting your back." Genuine tears welled in her eyes. His gaze roved over her body, and she remembered when she'd welcomed that, but now it made her stomach turn. "Supplication in all its forms flatters you, my love." "I am glad, my love," she answered him in a whisper, "because this is me begging you." A wicked grin lit up his face. "Do you remember that first time in the throne room?" She nodded slowly, filled with the memories, as she watched him run his tongue across his teeth. He circled her like a wary predator. "I knew then that someday I would take you there again. And I will, the second we get back." "And I would welcome your touch, Baron. Only give me back my guardian." "I don't think so," he said, lunging for her, grabbing a hand in her hair and twisting her neck so her back was at his chest. "I think I will take you and your guardian, and no one gives a fuck if you're willing." "Oh, Baron," she whispered, sinking back into his chest as though she were small and frightened. "That is very much what I thought you'd say." He tensed behind her, realizing something was wrong too late, as she ripped the front panels of her skirt open and hundreds of tiny progenitors raced out of innumerable pockets to flood the floor in a skittering wave. They rushed for the line of Kagroth nearby, as Grimalkin bounded out from underneath her train to run for Laika. Baron hesitated. None of his training had prepared him for this version of reality, and she elbowed him hard, sending them both stumbling backwards into a wall of cow meat. She fell with him, laughing. "This time," she began, whirling on him, freeing herself from his arms and backing up. "I will kill you for real."
Chapter 36. The worst moments of Austin's life, even worse than what was currently happening to him, as his body did its level best to fucking keep him alive despite all of the meat hook's internal efforts to stop it, were being forced to watch Ryana beg for Laika's life at the cost of her own pride. He heard her call Baron my love, and the things in him that were human wanted to let the meat hook win and die. But the wolf that was so fucking close knew better than to doubt her. And so, as she released a wave of glossy, spidery death on the armored warriors, his wolf gave a triumphant howl even muffled by the belt, and took him. One of the painful perils of transformation is that not all of you transforms at once. But enough of him was mutable in that moment between human and wolf that as he sized up to become an animal, the meat hook was ripped free. Did it hurt even more? Fucking yes. But could he breathe now? Finally. He landed on all fours and applied several hundred PSI of jaw strength to snapping Dominic's belt off. "Don't do anything you're going to regret, Wolf," Dominic counseled him. The bounty hunter had a hand out in his direction, but his attention was split between Austin and Baron, and Austin realized the rhino needed Baron alive more than he needed Austin dead. But Ryana and Baron were fighting. Her hair was wild, and she'd torn a high slit in her skirt to move more freely, and her hands glowed green. He knew she was conjuring all the magic that she'd written about. She flung a wave of green light at Baron, which he seemed to have difficulty shielding himself from, and Austin wanted to run to her. But then he remembered it was the kind of magic she wore a blast shield for. And what was more, it was her fight. He wouldn't let her die, of course, but he also wasn't going to stop her from winning. Or let anyone else. He leapt over Dominic to land on the rhino's far side, placing himself between Dominic and Ryana. Dominic squinted at him. "So, that's how it's going to be?" he asked. "Remember, you brought this on yourself," he warned, and shifted. Rhinos feel impossibly fast up close. They may not actually be that fast in reality, but when 800 pounds of meat with a 1.5 foot long horn comes racing at you with intention, it provides an impression of speed that his wolf was not immune to. Austin dodged, then raked his claws down the rhino's side as Dominic twisted violently, trying to get his horn down and up into Austin's guts. Austin wasn't about to let that happen for a second time today, though. He raced around behind the rhino and then leapt onto its back, trying repeatedly and failing to get a grasp onto its neck with his teeth. His fangs were sharp, but the rhino's skin was tougher, and Dominic shook him off. Meanwhile, Kagaroth were screaming and running in assorted directions, some of them hitting themselves, others pulling off pieces of armor to get at the little spider-like creatures that had wriggled in between their armor's crevasses, which was a bad idea because it only provided more access for the things. Austin ignored their frightened howls and wove back and forth in front of the rhino, trying to keep Dominic's attention. Dominic's bulk prevented him from helping Baron directly. Ryana and Baron were fighting too closely for him to interrupt without possibly hurting both of them. And, as if realizing this, he focused all of his attention on Austin's wolf at last. Dominic lowered his head, pawed the ground, and stormed him. Austin waited until the last minute to dodge as the rhino thundered by like a freight train, snapping ineffectually at the rhino's hindquarters, risking getting kicked. He could wear the rhino out by himself? No, that would take too long. And no matter how magical the moon was for him tonight, if he went under the rhino's hooves, he'd be through. You couldn't recover from a split skull. He glanced sideways and saw where a tiger-sized Grim was apparently meditating in front of Leica and yelped. One of Grim's blue eyes rolled over to look at him, and Austin felt a frisson of magic surround his body shortly thereafter.
"What have you done, Ryana?"
Baron yelled, watching her small army of progenitors take out his men. "I've done nothing," she said, placing an innocent hand to her chest. "It's not my fault that they're small. There's so many of them, and that they're so hungry." She concentrated all of her energies into her hands, felt the charge of power roll across her body,
making her hair stand on end. She shot it out at him, and he blocked it, barely, deflecting it so that it hit a nearby piece of cow, and the scent of cooking meat blossomed in the room. "You should have thought of that before you shoved their father through the rift." It had taken her a while to figure out what Baron's game had actually been, but it seemed obvious in hindsight. The correlation between a progenitor's powers and Laika's, and the particular type of magical netting they'd taken off of the ones that they'd killed when they'd captured one, plus finally being able to believe what her captured Kagroth had told her about creating a conjunction. She'd realized they were trying to use Laika's power like a battery and rip a hole between different realms with it. The same powers Laika and Grimm used to rearrange reality, only on a larger scale, and by means of force. They'd been practicing it with the progenitor, but they'd only wound up opening one small rift and just shoving the poor thing through. But if Grimm could safely free Laika and she could defeat Baron, and then she saw a flash of fur out of the corner of her eye. Austin was here somehow, and he was fighting a tank-like creature with a horn? Oh no. But then it was like there were 5 different Austins out there, running. Had he somehow summoned a pack? Did he even have a pack with the exception of his brother? Why did they all look exactly like him? She wondered. She rose her hand to deflect one of Baron's spells on instinct and realized whatever was happening with Austin didn't matter. This was her fight now. Baron had lifted up his spellbook during her distraction and was sidling back toward Laika and the cat. "You don't really want to kill me, Ryana. I remember how much you cried the first time." "I am a different woman now," she said, hitting him with a powerful bolt in his shoulder. He shouted, dropped his book, and then caught it with his other hand. "I was always stronger than you, did you know that?" she asked, advancing on him. He stared at her and laughed. "Why do you think I wanted to control you?" And that had been the truth of it all along. She'd never been loved, just controlled. Until recently. And the flood of that realization, the untapped well of anger that had been growing inside of her for years upon years, combined with the knowledge that that was never, ever going to happen to her again. Not with Austin. She screamed with power and channeled it directly at Baron's chest. No, his heart. No, the space where his heart would have been if he'd ever had one, if he hadn't been hollow. Her power blew past his defenses as if he had none, and he went sprawling to the room's other side, and this time he really did look dead. She was about to go over and check when she heard the sound of an animal getting hurt. She whirled, and one and only one of the wolves was limping. The other wolves were harrying the tank-like beast. But while it was winded, it was ignoring them now, focusing in on the one that was different. She raced to that one's side. "Don't you dare hurt him!" she shouted, letting magic pour out of her hands at the massive beast. It absorbed a ridiculous amount of magic, and she gave it even more. And the wolf that she was sure was Austin slunk up beside her, growled low and warning at the tank thing, and leaned against her thigh. He'd been at her back, and now he was at her side, just like he'd promised. The tank thing paused and seemed to consider what was happening, as a horrible metallic screeching began overhead. Ryana whipped out her wings to shield Austin and ducked as she looked up to find her brother's dragon literally tearing the factory's roof off to peer inside. "Damien!" she shouted, and began waving at him. The tank creature thundered past, just as she felt the release of whatever magical netting had been holding Laika down. A red streak flew straight to her side and nestled against her neck as Grimm loped over and the rest of the wolves disappeared. "Austin! Ryana!" Familiar voices called their names outside, and she heard a howl, which Austin answered from beside her. She flung herself down and around his neck, enveloping him with her arms and wings. There was blood on his fur, but it didn't look like he was still bleeding. He huffed hot air against her neck, and a cold nose nudged her ear. And they had both done it. They were alive. Baron was dead, and now it finally felt like she was free. She laughed in relief against him. It felt like he was laughing back, and now that Damien had so kindly pulled the roof off of the factory, she could see the night sky. They were together again, and this time beneath the full moon, and it was perfect.
Chapter 37.
Hey!
A shout made Austin tense, and Ryana looked up.
Hey!
There was a very, very large naked man over by one wall, pointing down at where Baron had been. The Kagaroth's head had been squished as flat as the book he'd been holding.
Hey, I just did everybody a favor. So can someone take care of these things?
The man demanded, flinching as baby progenitors started to scramble up his legs. He cupped his hands protectively over his dick and balls. Was he still alive? Ryana asked, standing, one of her hands wound in Austin's fur. Austin growled at the other man, protective of her. The unknown man shrugged.
He's definitely not now,
he said as Zach as a wolf, Max, Jameson, and Mills burst in. Zach raced for Austin's side, running himself beneath his brother's furry chin. Ryana, are you okay? Mills asked, picking her way through the destruction in piles of both Kagaroth and cow corpses. I am, she said, as Austin rubbed his muzzle against her hand. For the first time in a long time, really. It took longer than she'd thought it would to find all the progenitors again. She'd had to spend some time with Grimm and Mills, coaxing them out of the little spaces they'd gotten into, inside of Kagaroth, inside of cows, inside of walls. But eventually they were all accounted for, and back into one very large box, which Jameson refused to acknowledge existed.
Damien is flying that shit home,
she heard him mutter, and she tried not to grin. Her brother had shifted back to himself after opening up the factory like a food can. He'd put on clothing from their vehicles before coming inside, and he had choice words for the naked stranger in their midst.
I'm assuming someone present would like to pay me,
the man who had been the tank-like animal was insisting.
I mean, I did play a valuable role at the end.
Damien looked to Austin, and Austin growled.
Should we kill him?
Her brother clearly asked the wolf. Austin growled again, and then hesitated. He was fighting you, Austin, she pouted at the wolf. Her wolf, she thought, and it erased her pout with a soft smile. You're too kind, she complained, but she didn't really mean it. Then Zach raced out of nowhere to chomp his jaw around Austin's nose and bowl him over, and they fought like puppies in the midst of all the carnage.
Fine,
Damien said, returning his attention to the man.
Whoever you are, just know that you fucked with the wrong family, and you are helping out with the cleanup. I think we can fit a good 10 corpses in your Humvee. Will I be getting paid for cleaning expenses?
He asked Damien.
No,
her brother growled. Ryana rode home in the back seat of the SUV with Damien beside her. Mills was up front, Jameson was driving, and Zach and Austin were in the back of Max's truck, wedged in beside the bodies. She'd caught them all up on what had happened before they'd gotten there, and as satisfied as she was to have won, she really couldn't wait to get out of her dress.
So you went out all on your own,
Damien said, enunciating each word so it was clear what his opinion on this was, even though he wasn't yelling. Grimm was on his lap, looking asleep, but he opened one blue eye to give her a clear, I told you so look. She did her best to give the cat a, well, it worked, didn't it? Look in return. It sounded like, after Jameson had realized Austin's phone was down, they'd come looking for him. And when they realized she and Grimm weren't in the house anymore, Damien had gotten a little wild. She probably needed to apologize to Andy. Or she could just watch another 3 episodes of Hwarang with her, which would be very like an apology, and actually fun. I wasn't ever really in any danger, Damien, she told him. I mean, I was transporting 100 carnivorous spiders.
Don't remind me,
Jameson muttered from the driver's seat. And Grimm, she finished. Damien made an unsettled sound at that.
Yes, we will be talking about that, too, later.
This was directed at Grimalkin, who purred innocently. Leica was still wound around her neck, where she'd first landed, and Ryana raised her hand to pet the tiny feathers on her head. Ryana had meant everything she'd told Baron. She would have gone back with him if she'd had to save Leica. It was just good that she'd also made alternate plans. And now, Baron was really dead, unceremoniously tossed in the back of Max's truck with all the other traitors.
She had his notebook with all of his thoughts on how he could abuse Laika, and she would be burning it in her furnace the first chance she got. "I think things turned out swimmingly, Ryana," Mills said, twisting back to look at her with a grin. "I mean, you single-handedly prevented a conjunction. I think that deserves some kudos." Ryana grinned back at the witch. "Thank you. But I wasn't actually alone." Andy was excited to see them when they returned, and Ryana got to repeat her story, only this time with ice cream, as the boys went and unloaded the bodies. And then after that, the wolves went with Damien to his dragon's bathing pool, and she finally got to shower, washing a very long day off of her body and out of her hair. She'd just finished putting on the silk negligee she slept in at night when she heard a whine outside her door, and she remembered she'd left it red. She walked over to it barefoot, opened it up, and found Austin outside, sitting on his haunches, head slightly bowed and looking up. "Are you clean now?" she asked him, attempting to sound stern. He tilted his head exaggeratedly at her. "What? You're an animal. It's worth asking," she said, biting back a smile. "And in any case, Wolf, my door is red." His eyes narrowed at her, but then they closed, and he rose up to retreat down the hall. She waited until he was 5 steps away before hitting her door. "Oh, Austin, look at that. It's green now." The wolf looked over his shoulder at her. Then his tongue lolled out and he wheeled to race at her. She squealed and ran inside. "You're not sleeping on the bed, though," she said as she leapt up onto it, turning back. He huffed in affront as she fell onto her bed, laughing. "Have you looked at yourself? You'll take up all my space."
Austin woke up the next morning with Ryana in his arms. And if it were possible for him to freeze a moment in time, it would have been this one. With him wrapped around her, keeping her safe and her utterly trusting him. "Moon," he whispered, rubbing his face into her hair. "Wake up." She stirred and smiled before her eyes opened. "When did you get here?" "Not sure. Didn't look at a clock." It was a lot nicer waking up in bed to Ryana than it was waking up nude outdoors or in a Jeep bed. "Just grabbed hold of you after I changed and kept on sleeping." She turned toward him in his arms, the silk of her slip sliding delectably against him. "I want to hear everything about what happened with you yesterday." "And you, but, can I talk and work at the same time?" he asked, leaning against her meaningfully. He was 100% hard, and honestly, talking was going to be really difficult because there might not be any blood left anywhere else in his body. She giggled against him, which only made him harder. His brain was bloodless now for sure. And then there was a sharp rap at her door. "Put some clothes on, Austin, because I'm not killing you while you're naked." Damien's voice came through the door loud and clear. Ryana's eyes widened. "Brother!" she protested. Damien hit the door again. "I mean it! Hurry up!" Austin groaned as blood redistributed itself inside his body. "Can you have Laika make me some?" he asked her, getting up. She frowned and shook her head. "She's still recuperating." "Ah." He ducked inside her bathroom, a place he'd never been before, and grinned to see all her things there. Maybe soon he'd have a toothbrush here, or she'd have some makeup in his bathroom. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around his hips, and returned, picking her phone up off her nightstand to hand to her. "If he's still yelling in 5, text Andy, and only let him hit me 2 times. 3 max." He leaned down to kiss her cheek and went to get the door. Damien glared at him outside from the hallway. "That isn't clothes," he complained. "Well, this isn't fair, so here we are. Would you like to come in?" Austin said, and swung open the door. Damien stepped into the room, eyes moving between them. "I didn't want to do this in front of you, Ryana, but maybe it's better this way." "What is? You ruining my morning?" Ryana sounded pissed, and Austin loved her even more for it. Yes, this is a Band-Aid kind of thing. It's better to do it fast, or so I'm told. Ryana squinted at him. I still don't know what a Band-Aid is. Ryana, Damien said, cutting her off, his tone implacable. I love you, but you don't know Austin like I do, and while Austin has many charms, some might say too many, being loyal to one woman is not among them. I don't want you to get hurt. I'm actually standing right here, Damien, Austin complained. Shut up, you know it's the truth, the dragon said, glaring at him. If you were even remotely honest about any of this, Wolf, you wouldn't be in bed with my sister right now. I tried, Damien, I really did, he said, and looked to Ryana for confirmation. She blinked and nodded. And actually, I'm the one who first asked him. Damien made a low growling sound and didn't stop. I don't actually want to know the details. I'm just saying this has to stop now before it ends in tears. I don't want to lose either of you. And that's the only way this can go. He looked directly at Austin. When you hurt her, not an if, because I know you, it's when. And when I take her side, because I will, because she's blood, where will you go? To live in my penthouse for all eternity? I don't think I can afford to keep you in booze, and you'll scare off all Zach's secretaries by writing weird shit on your door. The dragon actually looked pained. And when he put it like that, Austin could see why he felt the need to intervene. Austin realized there was no way for him to prove how he felt to Damien. He'd told Damien about too many other women before. Unless... Hang on, he said, and ducked into Ryana's laboratory. The progenitor's box on her hearth was now 3 times as large, and she'd lit a fire in one of her furnaces for it, but he still managed to find what he was looking for. The truth-telling potion she created for the Kagaroth. The bottle had fallen to the ground when he'd swept up the table leg, but hadn't broken. He went back to Ryana's bedroom with it, with a 1/2 inch of a thick brown liquid still inside. You know what this is? He asked Damien. Damien's frown only increased. No. This is the truth-telling potion your amazingly intelligent and magically powerful sister created to crack the Kagaroth. He popped the cork and downed the liquid. It tasted like death, and he immediately fought not to gag. But he steeled himself to face Damien, despite the thin sheen of sweat breaking out all over his body. I am in love with your sister, Damien. He spared a glance at Ryana and saw her gawking at him. Ryana is my mate, now and forever. And whether you like it or not. Ryana's hand went to her mouth, and she was easing out of her bed to come to his side, a look of rising panic in her eyes. Austin? Yes. Maybe he'd pushed it too far too fast. If she denied him now in front of Damien, well, he'd figure out how to deal with that later, once he stopped feeling like he was dying. She took both his hands in hers. Austin, please believe me when I tell you I love you too, which is why we need to go make you go throw up right now, because I believe that what you just drank is significantly poisonous to shifters. You do, Wings? He heard himself ask her. It felt like a sun was exploding in his heart, but also in his stomach. I do, Wolf, she said, pulling him frantically across the bedroom and into her bathroom. And Damien? She called back over his shoulder. Mind your own business, she shouted, and slammed the door shut behind them.
3 hours later, Ryana was fairly sure Austin wouldn't die. They were still naked in bed together, talking, and he'd told her the full story of his day alone.
After she'd told him hers, she caught him grinning at the ceiling.
"Just remind me not to piss you off," he said.
"I think you'd have learned that already," she said, snuggling against him. She started tracing a finger around the tattoos on his arm as he turned toward her.
"Did you get your notebook back?"
he asked, knowing full well she had. She nodded.
"And did you get caught up in it?"
It was his turn to trace a finger over her, following the curvy outline of her body with a fingertip. She rolled her eyes. "I hardly had time to save the world, Austin, much less get caught up."
"Go get it,"
he told her with a nudge. She pouted, but got up to do as he asked. She picked it up from where she'd placed it in her lab, safe by the progenitor, and returned with it to lie back beside him, flipping to the last page she'd drawn on with her words and the full moon bright. And she held it over both their heads as she leaned against his shoulder. "See? I knew you'd find me."
"Technically, you found me since I got there first."
He wrapped his arm around her more tightly.
"Turn the page."
She did, and there were drawings on the next page. Not hers. Her heart started drumming as she sat up, taking the images in. A paw, a circle, some lines, and none of it was her doing. "You wrote in my book, Austin," she said, her voice rising in horror. He sat up beside her.
"You left it alone with me."
I didn't tell you that you could write in it,"
she sputtered.
"You also didn't tell me I couldn't?"
She stared at his additions, feeling physical pain. "Austin, the more personal your spellbook is, the more of your own power you've put into it. This interrupts the book's entire flow. He groaned, at himself, not at her, she knew.
"I didn't know it was a spell book, Ryana."
"Why do you think I put all those spells in it, then?" She set it down in her lap and ran her hands through her hair.
"I don't know. I thought it was more like a scrapbook."
"Why would I put food scraps in a book? Who would do that? And why?"
It's okay, he said, reaching for it. "I'll erase it. It's all right."
"No, you can't. Then erasing it'll be part of the book, too." It's hard to explain. She should have never left it alone with him. It wasn't his fault. He'd already told her he'd make mistakes, and she knew he didn't mean it. She practiced breathing and looked down at what he'd done. What is this, anyhow? She picked the book back up and squinted at his art, then realized it was just like all of his tattoos. It's a wolf tongue.
"It is,"
he said, moving the book so that they were sharing.
"This is my name here. My secret name. The name only other wolves from my pack know."
He pointed to where he'd drawn a disembodied paw. His drawing was much more rough, but it had a certain brutal directness, like the rest of his tattoos. And Ryana realized that that was because he'd probably done all the art for them as well.
"Black paw. Because, you'll be surprised to hear, one of my paws is black."
"Then is this the wind?" she asked, tracing the next image, the wavy lines that were so frequently repeated on his own skin.
"Yeah. For Wind Racer."
"Then what is this?" Right after the wind was a simple circle with a series of angled lines shooting diagonally out of it.
"That's you. My light from the moon."
"Light from the moon and Wind Racer," she said, adding on the next piece he'd drawn. He nodded subtly.
"I just wanted you to see this and know how serious I was about you."
Ryana made a soft sound of surprise, finally understanding. "Because you want me to be in your pack?"
"Yeah, such as it is, seeing as it's just Zach and me. But still."
She closed the notebook in her lap. "So would I then be Ryana Blackwood, Princess of the Realms and Queen of the Wind Racers?" She kept her face deadly straight, even though she was teasing. "Because if today your pack has grown by one, Wind Racer, maybe someday it will grow by more. And someone will have to rule them." Austin looked pained, but still in love.
"Technically, I guess," he admitted slowly. "But packs don't really have queens, and I don't think Zach would ever call you that."
She got up on her knees to peer down at him. "But would you?" She asked him like she meant it, putting a firm hand down on his chest,
pushing him back to the bed. He stared up at her, and she could feel his love for her radiating off of him. She knew he wasn't lying. She really was his moon. She could see it in everything he'd ever done for her, all along. From the way that he'd first looked at her, to how he'd always made space for her, protected her, how he'd never once been cruel or mean or unkind. If she was his moon, then he was her sun. And she wasn't afraid to feel his light anymore and reflected back at him. "How about I just treat you like a queen instead of calling you one?" he asked her. "I think I would like that very much," she said, folding herself down to kiss him.
Epilogue. Austin was relieved when Ryana opted not to go out to close a rift with them that afternoon, deciding instead to stay home with Andy. He knew how powerful she was, and she'd saved his life on more than one occasion, so he was aware that it was a foolish fear. And yet, he'd never tell her that out loud, though, because he knew that when they went out to fight, she was just as worried about him. So he was pleased to come home whole and hungry, for food and for his woman. He helped restock the SUV, then ran upstairs. He would eat out Ryana first, and an actual lunch could come far, far later. But their shared chambers were oddly empty. Perhaps she hadn't gotten the text and was still upstairs, curled up with Andy watching their shows. "Ryana." He called her name out just in case and was surprised to hear her answer from her laboratory. "1 second," she called out to him. She'd kept up her experiments after they'd gotten together, working on whatever felt right to her or on things that Mills requested. But she'd never gotten quite as obsessed as when she'd been working with the Kagaroth, a thing that he was grateful for. He waited patiently in their main room, all the better to be nearer their bed, and was considering how she'd react if he went in there and just got her to bring her back, when she emerged, holding a gossamer net between her two outstretched hands. "What's that?" he asked. "A gift from the progenitor. He appreciates our help." Austin had decided to say nothing about the proliferation of boxes near her work furnace. As long as Ryana and Laika thought it was okay, it was all right by him. Mostly. "Which is?" he asked, walking over to her, his curiosity getting the better of him. She approached him, clearly trying to keep a straight face. "It's for holding children." He made a thoughtful growl, because either he was going to have to confess to Jameson that the number of boxes in her laboratory were getting much, much larger, or... He pulled the netting from her hands to inspect it. It was deceptively delicate, yet impossibly strong. Just like she was. "Somehow, the monster in the next room understands what my wolf doesn't," she said, finally letting the smile she'd been hiding tickle her lips. He looked from her to her stomach and back again, because the monster in the next room hasn't been waiting half his life for someone to tell him that. He stared into her green eyes, barely daring to breathe. "Are you for real, Ryana?" "Boop." She put a finger up to his nose and lightly touched it. "Seems so." An unexpected wave of emotion rose up, rendering him speechless, as the net fell from his hand. He'd wanted this, but he hadn't dared to tell her. Their relationship was only a few months old, and just because he was eternally sure of things didn't mean that she was. But she took his hand and rested it on her belly, twining her fingers with his as she so often did. "I thought we would have to decide together," he said, mystified. She smiled up at him, and he helplessly smiled back. "Every time we were together, it was so clearly written on your face. I decided to decide for us, She shrugged and brought her free hand up to touch his cheek. And then I waited because I wasn't sure that it would take, but I think that we're safe now, she said, and laughed even though she was starting to cry happy tears. And for what it's worth, the progenitor agrees. There were no words for the feelings that suffused him. To think he'd spent his whole life empty and searching, trying to do the right thing and getting hurt for it, only to now be made full and whole. He swept her up against him, whispering in her ear as he pressed her as tightly to him as he could. Ryana, my moon, my mate. She threw her arms around his neck and let him spin her, laughing joyously. That's Ryana Blackwood to you, she reminded him, sounding imperious even though she was beaming with delight. Princess of the realms, and the mother of your child. Austin held on to her, just breathing in her scent, bonded to her body and soul. And then did what any man in his situation might. He picked her up in his arms and carried her to bed.
You just listened to the second half of Wolf's Princess, written by Cassie Alexander and Kara Lockhart and narrated by Bunny Warren and Matthew Holland. Please make sure to check out all the other books in this series and in this playlist on YouTube. Damien and Andy's story, which begins with Dragon Called and goes to Dragon Destined, Dragon Fated, and Dragon Mated. And then Dragon's Captive, which is a side story for Sammy, Andy's roommate, and her dragon, Rax, who is very, very interested in her. Make sure, too, that you check out all the other hot novellas I have on a separate playlist, which, if you like this project, you will definitely like those as well. I guess like and subscribe, and I'll see you next book. Thanks.